I can do what I want when I want to do it. I can do what I need when I need to get through it. When I need someone else, can't be too proud for help, but gotta look after myself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of what a good day is. What a good day is. And that's exactly what the day is. But it's exactly what you make it. So please don't go wasting. And I'll do the same, even if it's raining. How could I complain? And my feels got me feeling some type of way. You always free to take a break. Hope you feel what I felt. You gotta look after yourself. Sometimes it can get lonely, never living in the moment. When the sun is shining, hope that I'm reminded, like how the clouds keep changing. I'm always steady rearranging, going back to the basics of good days. What a good day. What a good day. What a good day. And that's exactly what the day is.
Oh yeah, it is a beautiful day. Thank you, God, for another day. Y'all know what time it is. Drop a 1 in the chat if you could hear me. Drop a 1 in the chat if you could see me. We're gonna go ahead and get into it. And ooh-wee, we looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Y'all see him up there. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE Beats, patreon.com/ClassE Beats. By the way, the link is in the description, as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. We got a great show for y'all. You may have seen the video we dropped last night, late last night. We had some breaking news on what was going on with Young Thug and Fani Willis and the gang trying to get his probation revoked. We're going to talk about it today and actually hear from a couple of different people on what's going on. We're actually going to do a little bit of a rewind and go back and look and see what his final disposition said and what Judge Whitaker actually told him, so we can get the facts straight and not listen to Adam Abadi or Simone Hilton on this one. Also, you saw the title. We're going to get into TAY's day 3 coverage later on this afternoon. We're going to look at what we missed from yesterday. And then we've got some more updates on the Young Scooter 911 caller and YNW Melly. So we're going to get into it. Let me say what's up to the people. Yo, if y'all didn't see that video, you can take a break and go watch that video or watch it after the show. It's crazy. Of course, my awesome, amazing Amy is in here first thing in the morning. Amy, I love and appreciate you. Thank you so much for everything that you do. We got Mr. Brown in here. Hope you're feeling well, Mr. Brown. Keeping you in our prayers for a very speedy recovery. Good to see you in here. We got Michi, A Fitz with Valencia. Tatum is in here. We got Tanya is in the building. Good morning. Good morning. Brown Sugar Babe is up in here. Shout out to Brown Sugar Babe. We've also got Trisha's in the building. What's up, Trisha? I think I saw Taco Tuesday in here. Shout out to Taco Tuesday. Kara Hampton's in the building. Libby 22 SC girl, good morning. And let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. Oh gosh, I know I missed a bunch of y'all. Shout out to the gang in the building. Danny in real life is in here. Good to see y'all. Hopefully y'all are having a good Thursday. We almost here, almost at the end of the week, so hopefully y'all are having a good week so far. And for those of you in the South, hopefully you're making it through the pollen apocalypse that we're going through right now. Whew. That has been a mess, but thankfully we're holding up okay. All right, I'm not gonna harass y'all anymore. We're gonna go ahead and get into the show. Let me make sure we're good. we are good to go. So if you could do me one major favor, I don't ask for much on this show. One thing I do ask is that you like the video on your way in. Not only is it free, not only does it help the channel continue to grow, but it lets the algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show, and it lets other people know that we're even here, and it shares the video out with more people and lets them know we're live too. So if you could take a second, like the video, I would greatly appreciate it. And of course, y'all know Amy is going to be in the chat reminding y'all to like the video throughout the show. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Woo, this is going to be a good one. So we broke the news last night about what was going on with Young Thug. Fani Willis, Adam Abadi, and Simone Hilton got together and they decided, hey, let's try and get Young Thug's probation revoked. This whole situation is insane. Obviously, detective, investigator, super stalker Viverito is involved in this. No one is surprised. And she is actually saying she's the victim in this instance, which is absolutely amazing. And she's a victim, is what's being alleged, because of pictures being leaked of her, threats being made against her family, and Young Thug giving his opinion about her credibility on social media. So with that being said, we went through the full motion, I guess you would call it. I call it a joke, but the full motion that was filed last night. If you missed out on the video, make sure you check the description. The video will be linked there. We're going to go back through a couple of things in that motion here later, but I also want to give you guys an update because we're going to get to hear from Fani Willis, and Fani's going to tell us how she feels about what Young Thug is doing and his threat to the community. I know.
Stop the cap.
It's insane. Let's go ahead and get into it.
Now to that Channel 2 Action News exclusive on rapper Young Thug. Tonight, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office filed a motion to revoke his probation. The rapper was released on bond last November. We broke the story on WSBTV.com around 8:30 tonight. And Channel 2 investigative reporter Mark Winnie joins us now live from the newsroom. Mark, the DA spoke exclusively to you about this motion.
Yeah, this concerns the YSL gang racketeering conspiracy case. Last year, DA Fani Willis suggested to us the sentence for rap superstar Young Thug, real name Jeffrey Williams, that let him hit the street the night he pled guilty or nolo contendere to all charges he faced, was a sentence which could send him to prison for years if he crossed the wrong line. Now this.
If your motion is successful, Young Thug would go to prison.
He could.
A new and dramatic
I thought she was on
verse in the
vacation.
case surrounding music star Young Thug, real name Jeffrey Williams. A motion from prosecutors at the Fulton County District Attorney's Office to revoke Williams' probation. It says, quote, since sentencing, the defendant has engaged in conduct that directly threatens the safety of witnesses and prosecutors, compromises ongoing legal proceedings, and warrants immediate revocation of probation.
That's some BS. And we're going to get into what's actually going on here. But they're saying, based on what Young Thug is doing on social media, making a comment saying that Viverito is a liar, the biggest liar in Fulton County, that's what's leading to all of this happening, and that his probation should be revoked because of that. It's garbage.
Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis.
What our motion is concerned about is that we certainly believe that
Look at
his
this lady.
post was to threaten law enforcement, which is all part of gang activity.
Jeffrey Williams' attorney Brian Steele told me by phone it is never appropriate to be engaged in any type of witness intimidation. It is never appropriate to threaten to murder another person. The prosecution's motion to revoke Jeffrey's probation should not be well received and should be swiftly rejected. It is irresponsible to file a motion of this sort when Jeffrey has done absolutely nothing, Steele said, to violate any condition of probation or threaten a witness.
And he's
know
right.
That it is clear to Mr. Williams that the intent of the district attorney is to stop gang activity in Fulton County, Georgia. We believe the judge's order is clear, and that this is an intentional violation.
The motion says investigator Marissa Viverito is currently testifying in a gang murder hearing.
Boo.
It indicates a judge ordered the witness not be shown on TV while testifying, but that a blogger posted on social media she doesn't want to be shown on screen. Well, here she is, along with a photo of the investigator. The motion says
Shout
on
out to the
Tuesday,
blogger.
Young Thug reposted the image, and the post went viral, amassing more than 2 million views. The motion says Viverito's home address and her parents' home address were publicly posted, exposing them to grave danger. and that hours later, an additional post emerged threatening the assassination of DA Willis. The motion alleges Williams' continued association with individuals actively involved in witness intimidation, threats of violence, and obstruction of justice constitutes a clear violation of probation conditions. Now, last year, Ms. Willis suggested to us there was room for accountability in Young Thug's complicated sentence involving 5 years commuted at time served, followed by 15 years probation, to be followed by a, quote, backloaded 20-year prison term, which would also be commuted to time served if he successfully completes the probation, which was loaded with lots of special conditions. I expect, Wendy, a courtroom fight over this one. Reporting
it's going to be fun.
In the newsroom, Mark Winnie, WSB Tonight.
All right, shout out to Mark. Great reporting there. This is BS. This is absolute BS. It's a waste of time, a waste of the court's time. But I will say this.
These niggas lacking.
I think Judge Whitaker is going to have a field day with this, and she's going to go in on both sides. All right. She's going to go in on both sides because on one instance, Young Thug, he really should stay out of it. We want to talk about free speech. We want to talk about he should be able to have an opinion on certain things. Thug, you got to let it go. You took your plea deal. You're out. Why put yourself at risk versus Fani Willis, Adrian Love, Viverito, who you know is watching your every single move? Why would you take the risk of even responding and commenting on this? Because again, it's up to the law. It's not up to how you feel. It's not up to what you think the First Amendment says. You have to do your due diligence in making sure you keep your nose clean. And that was one of the major things that Judge Whitaker said during his plea hearing. So in one sense, Young Thug, he should have just stayed out of it. What does it benefit you to comment on these things? Nothing, except you get it off your chest. On the other side, this is total BS from the district attorney's office. Judge Whitaker said nothing about Young Thug stating his opinion or how he feels about what goes on in Fulton County or what may result of that. He's not telling anybody to do anything malicious. He liked a post where someone said that all my people hate Viverito, and he said she's a liar. Nothing wrong with that. This is a clear waste of the court's time and a clear attempt to just get Thug into further trouble and waste more of his time. So what I want to do here is we're actually going to go back and look at part of what Judge Whitaker told Young Thug when he was initially taking his plea deal. And we're going to hear Young Thug's speech as well, just as a reminder of what actually went down.
All right, Mr. Williams, is there anything that you want to say?
Yes, ma'am. I take full responsibility for, my crimes or my charges. I want to say
Thug needs to chill.
Family, my mom got 11 kids. I can't say all their names, My managers, my kids that's not here. Really, everybody that got something to do with this situation, I want to say sorry for just having so much time investing into this, and I am a smart guy. I am a good guy, and I really got a good heart. I find myself in a lot of stuff because I was just nice or cool, and I understand that you can't be that way when you reach a certain height because it could end bad, and it don't really have to have nothing to do with you, but it could end bad, and it could, fall on you. And I know the choice is yours, it's up to you, and I hope that you allow me to go home today and just trust in me to just do the right thing and never see you again unless it's at a bar in the future or something. Just out of this type of situation, I promise you I won't ever be in this type of situation again. I'm going away. I've learned from my mistakes. I come from nothing and I've made something and I didn't take full advantage of it. I'm sorry. Through these last 2.5 years of my life, you are really, truly, honestly, the best thing that has happened to me.
He said she saved his life.
Made everything fair for me and everybody involved on both sides, I'm sorry to the sheriff, everybody for just having to put extra time in. I know y'all got paid more money, but I'm sorry for y'all having to put this extra time in to be away from y'all family, you know, and I just hope that you find it in your heart to allow me to go home and be with my family and just do better as a person. I know what I bring to the table. I know what I am. I know the heights I've reached. I know the impact I got on people, period, in the community, you know, all people. I learned that
Free at Gotti.
Like these past 2 or 3 years of my life, I kind of learned that late, and maybe it was because I was, you know, probably on drugs or anything, I don't know, but I have came to my senses and I understand what I mean to this world. But I am a good guy, you know. I don't mind doing stuff like, you know, like free shows, and I always did that. You know, I did free shows and gave it to single parents, millions of dollars. You know, I made $1.8 million on a free show, and I gave it all to single parent charity. And I did like 2 or 3 shows that made like $700,000 a piece, and I gave it to the breast cancer organization. Like, you know, I do things, like I put millions of dollars back into my community for real. I really did. I did more than anybody ever did from my side, you know. But I understand, you know, rap lyrics. I understand how it could be twisted. I understand what it could do to the mind of people. I understand all that, and I promise you I'm 100% changing that. You know, it's just, I'm older, I'm grown now, you know, and it's just like, I'm smarter. It's more things to rap about. Like, I've experienced a lot of good things. I experienced more bad things, but I experienced a lot of good things too. And anyway, I can go further.
Well, I appreciate it. And I appreciate that you do realize how much of an impact you have on people. I mean, it's past your neighborhood. It's worldwide, especially young people. And having come up from where you came up from and living in and around that, you know that gangs are damaging to our community. And it may be that a whole lot of rap music and the rap industry is, I mean, honestly, it sounds like a modern day version of kind of WWE wrestling that used to be on television, where people would just get up and posture and act like they hated each other. And it may be that that's...
She called him a fake gangster. I remember when she said it. I was like, dang, Judge Whitaker, you gotta relax.
A lot of what is going on in the music industry with rap. But whether it is fake or not,
she called him a fake rapper.
It has tremendous impact on kids and young people who think, this is cool, this is what I want to do. Look at him, he's a millionaire. I can do that by being, you know, a gangster in the streets. And that's not true. What you're likely to have happen to you if you're a gangster in the streets is you get shot, you get killed, or you get thrown in prison. And those are, you know, by far the most likely outcomes. And, you know, you've been in here watching the trial, and you've seen the pictures of Mr. Ryan posing with a gun as big as he is at 15 years old and going out and shooting and killing another teenager. And that's what gangs do, and that's unfortunately a lot of what rap music does. And if you are a modern day John Lennon, you know, I mean, he might have rapped too in this day and age. I don't know, but I know you're talented, and even if you choose to continue to rap, you need to try to use your influence to let kids know that that is not the way to go, and that there are ways out of poverty besides hooking up with the powerful guy at the end of the street selling drugs. And, you know, I know that happens for protection sometimes, but a much better way would be getting an education and setting, you know, hanging around with people who set a good example. And you be one of those people that sets a good example. I mean, all right, so that's my high horse on that. I can
all
also,
right, hey, shout out to Judge Whitaker. I think she made some great points. You have a responsibility. And again, if she doesn't just throw this motion out initially, and Young Thug, Brian Steele, Keith Adams have to come back before Judge Whitaker. I think she's going to have something to say to both sides. And knowing how Judge Whitaker is, she might actually take the time to hear this in court, to maybe shake Thug up a little bit more and say, hey, man, listen, I get you want to speak on certain things, but you see who's sitting over there to your left. And they'll do this again and again and again and again and again and again. Is this how you want to go about it? Because we can be back and forth in here if you want to. If you feel like your tweet is worth it, I'll be here all day and I'll deny these and they'll keep bringing you back. And maybe one day something will stick, something to think about. In the DA's office, you know what she's going to tell them, especially Ms. Love's not going to be there, but these two are going to be there. I kind of hope it does get to that point because Thug, I think he needs to realize what he's dealing with when it comes to this district attorney's office. They're not going to let up. This man right here, Yak Gotti, is still sitting in jail after he was found not guilty. The one defendant who was found not guilty on all accounts is still sitting in jail for something that happened while he was in jail for crimes that he didn't commit. Hope it was worth it at the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Let me know what y'all think in the comments and in the chat. Woo! Y'all can come back to this video and see what happens. I believe that Judge Whitaker isn't going to deny this at face value. I think there's going to be a hearing. I think she's going to want to see Young Thug. I think she's going to want to see Brian Steele, Keith Adams, and I think she's going to want to see Adam Abadi and Simone Hilton. Would Viverito be there? Will we hear from Viverito? Will we hear from Viverito's parents? It's going to be interesting. Valencia said, Thug did nothing wrong. Fani needs to leave him alone and get her own affairs. She needs to find his money and whatever else they so-called misplace. He didn't do anything wrong. You morally don't do anything wrong walking down the street in the wrong neighborhood, right? But if you walk down the street in the wrong neighborhood, there might be consequences that are out of your control. So, yes, Valencia, Thug did nothing wrong, but there are powers that be that are out of your control that could cause things like this to possibly happen. And you have to ask yourself, when you're in this situation, you have to analyze the situation and decide if it's worth it or not. That's all I'm saying. And again, I put the responsibility on the DA's office, firstly, because they have a responsibility to look at the law and uphold the law. And they're not doing that in this case. But Thug, I mean, this could have been avoided if he just wouldn't have said anything in the first place. But it is what it is. He didn't threaten her. We're going to get into it. We're going to go back to it. I agree with Valencia. He basically made a fool of her. She was very generous to him. If he did nothing wrong, why did he delete his post? Oh, he did. Yeah. So it's not about right or wrong. It's about smart or dumb. So let me ask y'all in the chat. Do you think it was smart for Young Thug to do what he did? Just take right or wrong out of it. Do you think it was a wise decision for Young Thug to, what did they say here? Let's go to the exhibits. For Young Thug to go out of his way and say, biggest liar in the DA's office. Sure, freedom of speech, great. Was it smart? Was it worth it? No. I don't think so. Thugger Daily. All my homies hate Viverito. Young Thug reposted it. again, y'all, and a lot of you are missing the point. Someone said he has the right to his opinion. I agree. You have a right to go down to Cleveland Avenue and walk around and do whatever you want to. But if you exercise that right, you have to understand there's consequences that come with that. So yes, he does have a right to say that Viverito is the biggest liar in the DA's office, but because of other decisions he made and because of the circumstances and because of everything that went down with the YSL trial, it's probably not in his best interest to do this. Smart, probably not, but he's entitled to his opinion and freedom of speech. Again, all right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to find y'all's local Martin Luther King Boulevard and y'all can exercise your freedom. And we'll see how that works out. The circumstances he agreed to. I agree. Maybe not smart, but not dumb either. Well, y'all are going to be singing a different tune if Judge Whitaker, she has one of those days and she agrees with the DA's office. When you make a plea for probation, yes, you got to listen to what they say, regardless of how grown you are, or you could just serve time. First Amendment is starting to be a joke. Forget that freedom of speech angle. Well, I mean, okay, so we're talking about freedom. I'm glad I had this prepared for y'all. Let's go ahead and look at this and let's see what freedoms does Young Thug actually have. Since we're on the freedom conversation, we're going to take a second and talk about this. And Rhonda said, he is not a free man. He is still a ward of the state. We're going to talk it. Y'all want to go down the freedom conversation? We're going to talk about it. Here is Young Thug's Jeffrey Williams' final disposition. And what do we have here? What are the charges? Conspiracy to violate RICO. Unlawful for a person who occupies criminal street gang position to organize or whatever. Unlawful for a person to employ. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. Possession of a firearm or knife during the commission or attempt to commit certain felonies. RICO. NOLO. Unlawful for a person who occupied a criminal street gang position of organizer. NOLO. Unlawful for a person to employ. Guilty. Controlled substances. Guilty. Violation. Controlled substances. Guilty. Guilty. Possession of a firearm. Guilty. We have a fine on some of these. And then we have the probation, right? And we looked at the probation, and I missed this one too. Use of a machine gun, sawed-off rifle, sawed-off shotgun, or silencer during the commission of a crime. Guilty. Again, y'all keep it. We're talking about freedom. Felony with probation. This is his final disposition. He is a felon. So it's going to be tough for us to talk about rights when it comes to a convicted felon. Some of y'all might not like that, but that's what it is. Here's the sentence summary. The defendant is sentenced for a total of 40 years, with the first 5 years in prison commuted to time served, followed by 15 years of probation, followed by 20 backloaded years in prison. Upon successful completion of the full 15 years of probation, the backloaded portion of the sentence will be commuted to time served. Upon service of 5 years in prison, commuted to time served, followed by 15 years on probation, followed by the backloaded 5 years upon completion. Okay, the backloaded portion, such and such. All right. Then we have this entire BS of general conditions of probation. And y'all know I'd spazzed out when I've read this for the first time. We're talking about freedom. The conversation right now is y'all talking about, oh, he's free. Oh, he's freedom. Oh, he's got all this. The defendant is subject to arrest for any violation of probation. If probation is revoked, the court may order incarceration. The defendant shall comply with the following general conditions of probation. Do not violate the criminal laws of any governmental unit and be of general good behavior. Avoid injurious and vicious habits. Avoid persons of or places of disreputable or harmful character. Report to the community supervisor officer as directed and permit the community supervision officer to visit you at home or elsewhere. Oh yeah, that's freedom. Hey, who's in the chat? Let me see. Hey, Trisha, drop your don't do this for real. I'm being facetious. Drop your address in the chat right now. I'm going to send somebody over there and they're going to search your house. Trisha, you don't have a choice. Again, don't do this, Trisha. I'm being facetious. Drop your address in the chat right now and I'm going to send someone over there. And they're going to visit your home or elsewhere. That's freedom, right? Work faithfully at suitable employment insofar as may be possible. Do not change your place of abode, move outside the jurisdiction of the court, or leave Georgia without permission of the community supervision officer. Freedom. If permitted to move or travel to another state, you agree to waive extradition from any jurisdiction where you may be found and not contest any effort by any jurisdiction to return you to the state. Why do you think Brian Steele had this look on his face right here? Why do you think Brian Steele and Keith Adams went into those post-game interviews, as I like to call them, and said, we tried to tell him just to wait. We tried to tell him to hold on. We had the jury on our side. This is why. This is the reason why right here. Listen to it. Y'all listen to this. Conditions that Young Thug agreed to. And then we can talk about First Amendment rights. Do not violate the criminal laws of any governmental unit. Fine. What's the second part of this? And be of good general behavior. What does that mean? Seems like it's up for debate. Maybe Fani Willis, Adam Abadi, and Simone Hilton will have something to say about general good behavior. Probation is crazy, man. Where are we at? Number 7. Support your legal dependents to the best of your ability. When directed, in the discretion of the community supervision officer, submit to evaluations of testing. Wear a device capable of tracking you. Okay. Complete a residential, non-residential program per substance, right? And then it gets even better, guys. We have special conditions. Oh, yeah. So we have more freedom here. First Amendment. After 48 hours, the defendant shall stay away from the metro Atlanta area. We know this now got updated. Judge Whitaker said, yep, I'll give it some grace. And shout out to my guy, Happily Angry Lawyer in here. He knows what's up. He said, yep. Impermissibly vague due process issue. I hear special conditions are dumb. Well, we know this got changed. The 48 hours. Defendant is permitted to enter the metro Atlanta area to attend wedding, funeral, or graduation from high school, college, or graduate school, or medical emergency, immediate family members only. This was updated, so you don't have to look at this. Hey, this sounds like he's free. He's got all the freedoms in the world. During each year of this probation, defendant shall enter the metro Atlanta area and shall make a live anti-gang and anti-gun violence presentation 4 times a year at grade school, middle school, boys and girls club, or similar group. The presentation may include a benefit concert. These presentations may count towards his required community service hours. Dope. During each year of probation, the defendant shall perform 100 hours of community service. Oh. Defendant shall not knowingly contact any kind of character with any, or I'm sorry. Defendant shall not knowingly have contact of any kind or character with any other member or associate of a criminal street gang who are not a member of the defendant's immediate family, including but not limited to each of the named individuals charged in the indictment, except for Gunna, which it says here. Sergio Kitchens. Except as necessary for lawful business or music career. All right, cool. Defendant shall in no way promote any criminal street gang, including on any social media platform. Defendant shall not utilize any hand sign terminology or language that promotes or represents any criminal street gang directly or indirectly. Defendant shall not participate in any criminal street gang activity. Defendant shall not knowingly engage in any form of contact with victims listed in the Fulton County indictment or with any member of their family or household. And again, my argument isn't that he violated his probation. My argument is, did he make a smart decision? We're not talking about right. We're not talking about wrong. Was it wise? Was it smart for him to do this? I don't see how you could say, yes, it was okay. I just don't think it's smart. Because of, as Happily Angry Lawyer said, the vagueness of this, all it's going to take is this BS motion for you to be right back in court sweating, as they say, because Fani Willis says she thinks you violated your probation because you were, what was the phrase? You weren't exuding general good behavior. The law, y'all, the law is something else. General good behavior. What else did she say in these special conditions? He's got to perform. Defendant shall not violate. Shall violate no laws of any governmental unit of the state of Georgia. He can transfer his probation. No big deal there. Drug screens. Defendant shall execute a Fourth Amendment waiver to permit the search of his person. Oh, wait, hold on, y'all. Whoa. I thought y'all were saying we were talking about amendments. What happened to the Fourth Amendment, y'all? It's gone. Young Thug has no Fourth Amendment right. All right, Constitution people, where y'all at? This is why this system is so messed up. This is why probation is such a trap and so bad. He said rights.
These niggas lacking.
We're talking about rights? Rights. Defendant shall execute a Fourth Amendment waiver to permit the search of his person, residence, vehicles, and electronics for firearms, criminal, street gang paraphernalia, or illicit drugs. Trisha is going to be dropping her address in the chat right now, and we're going to send someone over there to do a search. The defendant consenting hereto, it is the judgment of the court that no judgment of guilt be imposed at this time, but that further proceedings are deferred, blah, blah, blah. Brian Steele. You see the teardrops on this piece of paper here from Brian Steele. Like, why? Why? I just needed 60 more days, 90 more days, please. Signed by the Honorable Paige Reese Whitaker.
These niggas lacking.
Brian Steele's not pissed because he's gonna get paid, but as a person, he probably is. Like, dang, Thug, come on, man. I don't want to hear anything from Young Thug after this unless he's dropping that album. So let's go to this BS motion here. We already looked at it, but there's a couple things I want to highlight. Obviously, we saw what happened. We reviewed the footage. They talk about the background where he was sentenced, escalating threats and witness intimidation. I mean, are we serious? Hold on. Let me read some of y'all's comments before we get to this. You have to sit in your house and do nothing. It's crazy. Yep. Yes. Yes. Sit in your house or sit in jail. Of course, Brian Steele isn't mad. He already knew what he was dealing with. Young Thug, shortly after he got out, he was right on Twitter. As a person, and after all they went through, yep. But he didn't have any weapons, no drugs that we know of, so the Fourth Amendment has nothing to do with this tweet. That's right, Kara, you are correct. But what we were talking about was his rights in general, and was this smart? Amy says, yeah, but his social media followers do. How is it on him for what people said? How is it on him for this entire RICO? Amy, we were asking that question for years as Young Thug and Yak Gotti still we're sitting in jail. You want to play with this system? You want to comment on Viverito? Wouldn't be me. They're just trying to get Thug because they pissed they couldn't keep his stuff. Well, I mean, technically, they still got some of it. So is Fani really down right now when it comes to YSL? Think of all the convictions that they got out of this. I can't wait to read Brian Steele's response to this motion. He already responded and we played it in this news clip. Viverito isn't a witness. He's not on trial anymore. Yeah. If I had the money, I wouldn't be on social media after that. I would be finding something to do. Yeah. They got another RICO case coming up. Fani and the RICO gang unit got another case. Yep. The 4PF RICO is loading. All right, we're going to keep it moving in a second, but this is just crazy. Investigator Marissa Viverito is currently testifying in a multi-defendant gang member preliminary hearing, which remains ongoing and is set to reconvene on Monday, April 7, 2025. During this hearing, the court explicitly ordered that the witnesses not be shown on television while testifying. Despite the order, a known blogger deliberately violated the court's directive by posting on social media she doesn't want to be shown on screen. Well, here she is, along with a photograph of Investigator Viverito. This is BS. Because they're saying the blogger violated the court, but the court's order was that the witness not be shown on television while testifying. Again, where is my guy? Where's my guy, Happily Angry Lawyer? What did he say? Yep, impermissibly vague due process issue. Saying, if this is true, because I haven't seen the court's order, if this is true that the court explicitly ordered that the witness not be shown on television while testifying, this is very vague. Because are they saying that the witness can't be shown, period? Are they saying that we don't want the witness filmed while she's on the stand? What are they saying? Shout out to Cash Money Cash. Cash Money Cash, have you made a video about this yet? If you have, let me know because I want to find it. I would love to see your reaction to what Judge Whitaker thought when she saw this motion. Because you know she's reading this today. And she's like, oh God. I gotta go find it, Cass. Again, as Happily Angry Lawyer said, yep, impermissibly vague due process issue. The blogger deliberately violated the court's directive by posting on social media she doesn't want to be shown on screen. Well, here she is, along with the photograph of investigator Viverito. On Tuesday, April 1st, Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, amplified this act by reposting an image with the caption, "Marissa Viverito is the biggest liar in the DA's office, not a crime. In my opinion, not a violation of his probation." But it doesn't matter. Now he's got to think about it. This post quickly went viral, amassing over 2 million views with thousands of comments and retweets, many of which included directed threats to investigator Viverito and her family. What were the threats? Somebody posted her home address and the home address of her parents. One post stated, "If the hate is really real, then pull up on her mama crib." Stupid people. I can't believe people say this on the internet. People like that, they must not have jobs or they must not care. The fact that someone took the time to type this out is insane. Hours later, an additional post emerged threatening the assassination of District Attorney Fani Willis. It's not the first time it's happened and won't be the last. The escalation from targeting a testifying witness to making a direct threat against the elected district attorney of Fulton County is a grave and unprecedented attack on the justice system. No, this motion is an attack on the justice system. Let's be clear. Pattern of intimidation and court undermining. Shout out to YSL Whitaker. This made me laugh. This is not an isolated incident. It is a part of a calculated campaign of intimidation, harassment, and misinformation designed to undermine the legal process. Social media has been used as a tool to manipulate public perception, spread misinformation, and instill fear. Isn't that Viverito's job? These efforts have also included attempts to exploit the court's perceived stance of disdain toward the state by referring to Your Honor as YSL Whitaker. We all know that's a compliment.
Niggas lacking.
They're tripping. That is a compliment. Her being called YSL Whitaker is not disdain towards the state. Just because y'all think YSL is garbage, we don't think that. That means YSL Whitaker is one of us. This ongoing manipulation of public perception through social media is intended to obstruct justice, silence witnesses, and threaten those who enforce the law. Okay. Legal basis. They have no legal basis. What do they say? The court may revoke the defendant's probation when they engage in new criminal conduct or violations that threaten public safety.
Stop the cap.
The defendant's continued association with individuals actively involved in witness intimidation, threats of violence, and obstruction of justice constitutes a clear violation of probation conditions. We just went through it. That's not what his probation conditions say. They don't say that. These actions mirror the established tactics of criminal organizations as defined under OCGA 1615.3. Y'all think Fulton County is going to pursue the people who posted the other criminal posts? Is that what we're calling them now? Criminal comments? The threats? Georgia courts have consistently upheld the revocation of probation for conduct that endangers witnesses, obstructs justice, or threatens public officials. Failure to act will only encourage further attempts to threaten, harass, and intimidate those involved in this case. And then they say why they need to revoke it: to prevent further harm, ensure compliance with the law, and send a clear message that witness intimidation and threats against public officials will not be tolerated. Yeah, Judge Whitaker, she's not having this. Here's the post from the blogger. Oh my goodness, hold on. Viverito's testimony footage, the footage everyone's been waiting for. I haven't watched this video and I probably won't, but does this actually show Viverito on the stand? Is that what they're saying? Has anybody watched this? I don't know. Biggest liar in DA's office. All my homies hate Viverito. Shout out to Thugger Daily. Thugger Daily finally got into motion. This is crazy. Mikey Day 100, you're a clown, man. I hope you're not allowed on social media ever again in your entire life. This is crazy. On any social media platform. Why would someone do this? And Daredevil season, same thing for you. I hope you never get a platform ever again saying stuff like this. I will personally make sure Fani Willis is assassinated. What? They can lock this guy. They can lock this person up for all I care. I hope they do. This is insane. And then they quote what we just heard from Young Thug's plea hearing. So I don't know. Y'all let me know what you think about this. I'm going to read some more comments. Thank y'all for sticking around on this. We were talking about rights. I think this is the wrong time to have that conversation. It's about being smart or being dumb. And what risk are you willing to take? I mean, hey, she's always going to receive those just because of the job she holds. That blogger was dumb as a box of rocks. She had a Rule 22, was physically present during court proceedings, and still did that dumb mess. Someone else still would have did it though. Maybe. Abuse of power, authority, which is obvious, is the issue. He literally did nothing wrong with that statement. I agree. They're not playing with the internet anymore. No, they've got super stalkers out there. Viverito's going to lead up the super stalker investigator task force. Shout out to everyone who's in here. Yeah, he needs to be prosecuted for that. Yeah, I hope they lock that last person, Daredevil, whatever. I hope they find him and put him in jail. That's a crazy thing to say. He will get charged to guarantee. Oh, good. I hope he does. Hopefully y'all are right. Jermaine said y'all are gonna look dumb. I can't wait. It's not. That's why he got out. I don't think we're arguing whether he violated his probation. My point is he should have just stayed out of it in the first place. It was dumb for him to even comment in general. And that's what, because this all could have been avoided. So can the judge bring charges against Fani and the Rico gang for calling YSL Whitaker? That's a great point. That is a great point, Valencia. They put YSL Whitaker in this legal document. Hey, y'all, let me know in the chat. Y'all think Judge Whitaker is upset about this? About being called YSL Whitaker? And for real, let me know. Oh man, good morning y'all. She may always receive those, but imagine someone putting your loved one's info on a platform for millions to see. Yeah. Y'all don't think she appreciates being called YSL Whitaker? You could get away with stuff like this in the 1990s because there weren't smart people to find keyboard warriors. Today there are internet laws. That's true. Yeah, but you shouldn't be. Yeah, you shouldn't be saying stuff like that anyway.
These niggas lacking.
Shout out to the super chat from Kara. Appreciate you. She says YSL Whitaker knows. She loves that name. She'd be up there smirking. Like, she's probably reading that. YSL Whitaker. Kind of like that. YSL Page. Thank you for the super chat, Kara. The terms were a setup from the beginning. Probation is a setup. They knew the jury would go not guilty. That's why they fought for the plea so hard. Oh, man. Yeah, imagine if, and even, here's the crazy thing. And even if Thug hadn't been found not guilty, him making these comments about Viverito in this, take away his probation. Him making these comments about Viverito, whoever, while everything's going on with her being on the witness stand, it would have been a bad idea in the first place. It just wouldn't have been smart. After all you went through, why would you even want to comment on that? Just leave it behind. Move on, man. Dang. Like, you have nothing to prove. You're out. You're free. Well, yeah. Yeah, but Thug could have also fought it, but chose to take the plea. Yeah. Somebody says slat in the chat. It's apparent that Thug has a target on his back. They are not going to stop until they violate his probation and send him to prison. Well, with that being said, the only place they can find him is on social media. Stay off of social media, man. It's that simple. All right, let's go ahead and get into our next topic. I appreciate y'all for sticking with us. That was a great segment, great conversation. And shout out to YSL Whitaker. So, speaking of Young Thug, this kind of has something to do with Young Thug, but not really. This happened in Atlanta. Y'all know we've been talking about over the last few days what's been going on with this young Scooter situation. Unfortunately, young Scooter lost his life last weekend. Police show up to the house because of a 911 call. He jumps a couple fences. Something happens. He nicks his femoral artery and he bleeds out and dies in custody. Now, there are issues that the police have, Atlanta Police Department has with the 911 caller because they're saying that the call was fake. She got arrested. We saw the mugshot. It was looking rough. And now we're actually going to get into a breakdown of what can actually happen to her and why she's in this situation in the first place. So let me do a little bit of a rewind and go back to what went down for those of you who are just tuning into this story.
One call is raising more questions in the death of Atlanta rapper Young Scooter.
So Atlanta police just released that 10-minute call, hoping to identify the woman on that line. The call led officers to a home on William Nye Drive in the Lakewood Heights neighborhood in southeast Atlanta. Officers say Young Scooter ran from the home. They said that he sustained injuries to his leg while running and later died at Grady Hospital.
So sad.
11 Live's Cody Alcorn is live tonight from Atlanta Police Headquarters in downtown Atlanta. And Cody, you have been following the story since it broke on Friday night. What are some of the red flags that you hear when you listen to this 911 call?
Well, Jennifer and Ron, the woman on this call, claims that there were 7 men at this home. She says that she heard 3 shots fired. She even says that the woman was naked and had a baby on that scene. However, during a news conference, Atlanta police never mentioned anything about a shooting and say they never found a woman or a baby at that scene.
Atlanta 911 operator 8795. What is the location of your emergency?
Around 5 o'clock, March 29th.
Okay, so I'm the neighborhood watch.
She's a neighborhood watch, y'all.
Reporting a shooting.
There is literally a whole domestic dispute going on. There's like 7 guys that live in this house.
A few seconds later, telling the dispatcher the guys are selling drugs out of the home.
All you see is guys coming in and out of the house with guns and stuff.
Then claiming a naked woman was thrown outside.
Oh, Lord.
Like they were fighting over drugs. And then they started shooting.
The dispatcher questions the caller.
Urban
How many
area.
shots were fired?
I would say 3. It was 3 shots.
When did it happen?
It's happening now.
Then sends Grady EMS to the scene.
The girl is hurt because she was like bleeding profusely, like blood everywhere.
Do you see or hear anything else?
Yeah, she's trying to get away and they're holding her. She's being held hostage.
A few minutes later, on the line with
Lord.
first responders,
On his
the
birthday,
caller
yeah.
adds a child to the situation.
She ran outside naked, bleeding from her face. Then there was a baby involved.
This call sparked the chain of events that ultimately led to the death of Kenneth Bailey, better known as rapper Young Scooter. APD Homicide Commander Lieutenant Andrew Smith describes what happened once officers got on scene.
They knocked on the door. A male opened the door and immediately shut the door on the officers. During the
We want to see the
process of
body cam
establishing the
footage, y'all.
perimeter, 2 males fled out of the rear of the house.
One of those males being Young Scooter.
Jumped 2 fences as he was fleeing. When officers located him on the other side of the fence, it appears that there was, when he fell, some type of fracture injuries to the leg, which caused the bleeding.
That 911 call originally went to DeKalb County and then was transferred to Atlanta Police. And you might be asking yourself at home, why can't they just trace that phone call? Well, Atlanta Police say it was made on a 911 only phone, basically meaning that they didn't have a call plan on this phone. So the dispatcher could not call this woman back. They could not trace the phone. And the 911 national program says oftentimes these phones are used in pranks and to make these fake 911 calls. So again, APD is trying to figure out why this woman called 911 and what she actually saw and the reasoning behind it. So if anyone recognizes that woman's voice, you are urged to call APD.
So they found her, and here is the here's the mugshot. I see y'all talking about the mugshot in the chat. I'm gonna leave it be. Now we're gonna hear, thanks to 11 Alive News, what a legal expert thinks about this entire situation, specifically this 911 phone call. Oh boy.
911 call before the death of rapper Young Scooter has been granted a $7,500 bond. Right now, Demetrius Spence remains behind bars in a Fulton County jail. In addition to the bond, the judge ordered Spence to stay away from the scene and witnesses. Atlanta police say they just could not confirm the reports made on the 911 call. Spence was arrested after being identified as the 911 caller. The caller claimed that there were armed men at the house, at a home in Lakewood Heights, and say she saw a naked woman being dragged inside.
He said naked.
The Fulton County medical examiner says young Scooters, whose real name is Kenneth Bailey, died from an injury to his leg, which likely he got from trying to jump a fence. Bailey's family released a statement saying, in part, young Scooter was more than just a hip hop artist. He was a phenomenal father and mentor to a lot of Atlanta's youth. Here now to examine the case is former Fulton County prosecutor Daryl Cohen. He's also he's currently a criminal defense attorney. Welcome back to the show, Daryl.
Good morning. Thanks so much. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Give us your initial take on this bizarre case.
It is so bizarre that it's unthinkable, but I want you to be aware that I also was a victim of swatting after I did a piece for you guys. So I'm well familiar with it. What happens?
That's sad, man.
Somebody makes a call, says there's a terrible crime taking place at this particular address. The police normally respond in force because if it's that bad, they're going to be there in force to try and stop it. And what happens?
That's got to be frustrating.
The police arrived. Two gentlemen left through the back door and ran. Why they ran, we may never know. But as a result of them running, we have one person deceased because he ran, he hurt himself or cut his foot, cut his leg on a fence, and he died. This is what makes it terrible. Not the fact that there's a phone call, who cares, no big deal. But when that phone call turns into a law enforcement presence, when that phone call turns into someone or some people in this case running, some people can get hurt, they could get murdered, they can get killed, and in this case, someone was obviously killed as a result of that swatting call. And by the way, it's not only a felony in Georgia, it is also a felony in the United States. There's a federal law about swatting as well.
How severe can the penalties be with this?
They can be several years in prison.
Wow.
And I think what happens is most people who make these calls don't think about it. It's just, I'm going to get even, I'm mad, I'm unhappy, whatever it may be. And they don't think about tomorrow and tomorrow's tomorrow. It's the law of unintended consequences. And as a result of that, they get arrested, they get indicted, they get prosecuted, and at some point they enter a plea of guilty or they are going for a trial by jury. And in all likelihood, they'll be found guilty, and then they're looking at incarceration.
So tell us, if you were the prosecution on this case, how would you approach it?
I would, one, look at the victim, he's dead. I would, two, look at the defendant and see, does she have a previous record? Is she...
Now, I want to know how they know that she was scorned and in what way was she scorned, because we still haven't found out what the connection is. What happened here? Why did this lady feel the need to call 911 on them? I mean, was she mad she wasn't invited to his birthday party? I mean, what's going on? And we're going to find out more information from the APD soon, hopefully. But this is insane, man.
19, 20, 25, 40, whatever it may be. Does she have a record of doing anything else? If this is what I call an OTO, or one time only, I would prosecute her and probably recommend a little bit of jail time, a month, 2 months, 3 months, and that's it. But if she has a record for doing anything else that's really out of what she should be doing, whatever that record may be, then I would increase my recommendation. But you don't want the recommendation to be so high as to ask for a trial by jury, because that takes up so much time, and in this type of situation, it ought to be worked out.
Quickly, give me your perspective from the
message.
Okay, I'm sorry.
This is what this is all about after the death. You want to send a message to people. You don't do this.
Gotcha.
I don't care how upset you are. I don't care how mad you are or how cute you think it is. It isn't.
Give me your take from the defensive side, right? If you were a defense attorney, how would you handle it?
I would say to her, KYD, BMS, keep your damn big mouth shut. Let me do the talking.
And we saw her on IG Live as they were looking for her, talking about what went on. So dumb, man. Stupid.
I would say she didn't mean anything by it. She was upset. Maybe that was her ex-boyfriend. Maybe she just was unhappy. She didn't mean for anything bad to happen. She wanted to teach them a lesson.
Something
so
bad
let's
did happen.
mitigate it. And I would bring it down. I would have people in her behalf testifying if necessary, providing statements otherwise, saying she's a good person. She just made a mistake.
Gotcha. All right.
So I'd minimize it.
Gotcha. Attorney Darrell Cohen, thanks for joining us, giving us that insight. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for being here.
All right. So the question I'm going to ask to y'all in the comments in the chat, what would you give this lady? How much time would you give her? Let's just say you have an unlimited amount. Don't focus on the law so much. If you had to give her a sentence today, what would you say she has to serve? What would you say she has to do? Let me know what y'all think in the comments and in the chat. Sad stuff, man. And, this is tough. This is tough. I can't imagine this happening to me. I always think in this instance, man, what if I'm just, someone finds out your address or knows your address and does this to you? That's crazy. Amy said her actions cost someone their life. We've got 5 years, 10 years in Rice Street. God dang. 25 years. Oh my goodness. Throw the life book. Oh, throw the whole book at her, I think is what you meant to say. 20 to do 10 with good behavior. 5 to 10 hoping to get 2. Wow. We've got 10 years, 5 years and probation if first time offender. I would be surprised if she's a first time offender if this is what she's doing. Neighborhood watch, good gracious. Yeah, she's not. No.
Stop the cap.
No. She said it like on Clubhouse or something. Oh, y'all are saying Mel has it. I'm not a lawyer, but has the information. Okay. Well, y'all go check out Mel over on I'm not a lawyer, but and see if she has the information. Whatever manslaughter sentencing is. I think is it manslaughter? Is it 15? I don't know what it is. I want to look it up now. Hold on a second. What's the max for manslaughter in Georgia? I want to say it's 15, but I'm going to look it up right now. The max you can get voluntary manslaughter is 20. Involuntary is does it say? Involuntary manslaughter, causing death of a person without intent, typically through reckless or negligent actions. The penalties depend on the nature of the act. Felony involuntary manslaughter, if the death results from the commission of unlawful acts other than a felony, the punishment is imprisonment for no less than 1 year and not more than 10 years. Okay, so the max is 10. I was close. Misdemeanor involuntary manslaughter. If death occurs due to the commission of a lawful act in an unlawful manner, likely to cause death or great bodily harm, the offense is treated as a misdemeanor, punishable by 1 year in jail and or fines up to $1,000. What would that be? I want to know, what is an example of misdemeanor involuntary manslaughter? I know we've got some of our attorneys watching. I'm sure y'all have covered. I'm trying to think of what that would. So a lawful act done unlawfully? Commission of a lawful act in an unlawful manner. So maybe, I guess if you were crossing the street and you bumped into somebody and they fell down a manhole and died, or you're in a rush and you bump into somebody and they fall down a manhole and died, that would be like misdemeanor involuntary manslaughter, right? Yeah, and Amy's got my back over there. Conviction for voluntary manslaughter in Georgia, and she tells y'all there. Would that be an example of misdemeanor involuntary manslaughter? I didn't even know that was a thing, to be honest. No, that's an accident. Okay, here we go. So one example would be someone's cleaning a loaded gun at home and negligently leaves it on the table. Well, this sounds familiar. A guest walks by, bumps the table, and the gun discharges. So I think my example is right. Killing someone nearby. The person cleaning the gun didn't intend to harm and wasn't committing a felony, but was acting lawfully and in an unsafe, negligent way. Under OCGA 1653B, this could qualify as a misdemeanor involuntary manslaughter. Interesting. Amy gives an example. She says, stealing someone's property is an unlawful act and is considered a crime. Driving under the influence of drugs or alcohols is an unlawful act and it's against the law. An unlawful act is behavior that is not allowed by the law. Yeah, so I guess if I'm... So it's an accident. It's an accident or negligence that results in someone's death, basically. Oh, that's... I've never heard of that before. Anyway, we're gonna keep it moving. That's interesting. We're learning up in here. All right. Thank y'all for being in here. And shout out to everyone who's liked the video so far. 100% of you liked the video. I appreciate it. Your example has too many variables. What if you trip and bump the person into the manhole? I mean, you're talking about defending them. I'm just talking about the charge, Nosy Rosie. You're talking about what your defenses would be. I'm saying, can you get... My question is, your example that you're saying, could you get charged with misdemeanor involuntary manslaughter for that? Because the person died. I believe so, from what I just read. Because they're saying if you're cleaning a loaded gun and the gun gets bumped and it goes off and kills somebody, that's an... Okay, I'm not arguing with Nosy Rosie. You got your mind made up, Rosie. Anyway, Amy says, so it's not against the law. She called 911, but because she lied and it was false, it makes it against the law. Mm-hmm. So that would be voluntary. Right. I see what you're saying. So that would be voluntary. Yeah, I'm with SD on this one. So that would be, you're thinking voluntary manslaughter. An individual causes the death of another person under circumstances that would typically be considered murder, but does so as a result of a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion. No, that's not voluntary manslaughter either. So even then it would be, oh man. Even then that doesn't sound like voluntary, does it? I guess, okay, again, we're talking about the charge. So could she be charged with voluntary manslaughter? So voluntary manslaughter, an individual causes the death of another person under circumstances that would typically be considered murder, but does so as a result of a sudden, violent, and irresistible passion resulting from serious provocation. Upon conviction, the punishment ranges from a minimum of 1 year. Even that doesn't make sense though. Because you would have to prove that she called the police hoping that they would go there and shoot him. So would the question is, would the district attorney's office charge her with voluntary manslaughter? I don't know, because I don't know how they could even prove that. Just because they said they were beating a woman, she was beating a woman, and there was a kid involved, resulting in an irresistible passion resulting from serious provocation. Upon conviction, Libby 22 SC girl said lawyers are so smart, this stuff is confusing. Yes, shout out to the lawyers. Miss Davis says it's involuntary. I think the second one you read, I think so too. She knowingly called and she knew she was lying. Her actions caused police to come, in which made the victim run. Right, but she couldn't have known that. That's the thing. If he had gotten, that's the thing, Amy. If he had gotten shot by the police, then I think clearly, yes, that's voluntary manslaughter, right? But she called the police and he ran. She couldn't have been sitting there saying, oh, yeah, I know, I'm going to call the police and he's going to run and jump over a fence and break his femur and nick his femoral artery and bleed out. I don't know. Does the district attorney's office take that route? I don't know. It's an interesting conversation though. I wish some of our attorneys were here and would let me know what they think. Someone died in the commission of a crime. She's getting nothing less than 10. Premeditated, maybe. She didn't know he would lose his life, but she definitely had intent and had to get it out, and had it out to get someone in trouble. Yeah, I mean, because she could say, oh, it was just a joke. I was just playing. I just wanted y'all to come there and scare him because, like Amy was saying earlier, I wanted him to come home. Yeah, I mean, the law is something. I'm just want to know what they're going to charge her with. Well, I mean, we already know what they charged her with. So I guess we need to look up what that is, because they charged her with, what was it? False statements in something. Let me find the exact. We're going to do a little research, y'all. Bear with me. We're going to figure it out. Charge for so her charge officially was, and y'all are probably finding it. Demetria Spence was arrested by Atlanta Police Department, charged with transmitting a false public alarm. This charge is a felony carrying a potential sentence of up to 10 years in prison and a fine with at least $50,000 upon conviction. So let me figure this out. We're going to do this in real time. We're up here learning, y'all. So transmitting a false public alarm under 16-10-28, knowingly making a false report, swatting, I guess they call it, to authorities. You're not just trying to call the police, you're creating a false sense of emergency that can lead to real world consequences like SWAT teams, road being blocked, emergency services. So it looks like his death isn't factoring into it at all. I want to see OC. Okay, no, I take that back. So it could lead to, and did lead to, innocent people getting hurt or killed, as tragically happened in the case involving young Scooter. To be charged with this, what has to happen? Prosecutors have to show that you knowingly made a false report. Well, seems like they got her on that one. The report was made to law enforcement, fire, or emergency services. Yep. The report led to a belief that a crime or emergency was occurring. It seems like they have that. It caused unnecessary panic or wasted resources. You can get 1 to 10 years in prison and a minimum of a $50,000 fine. Oh my gosh. So since he died, so it will factor in. Because he died, obviously the prosecution can argue for a maximum sentence. Oh yeah, she's cooked. I think this lady's cooked. I think they're gonna get her up out of there. Because all those elements, you factor that in, plus the fact that young Scooter died. I don't know. Now, is it true? We don't know who to believe at this point, though. I mean, the only evidence we have is what the police said. The police said there was no baby and there wasn't another woman there that had been beaten. Okay. I mean, we have to wait and see. I don't know. The phone call does sound crazy, but I don't know. Amy said, like I said, knowingly and intentionally lied and made a false claim. I think there's more to the story. Relative culpability will be judge's discretion on sentence. We need to see the body cam footage. Yeah. Death resulting will be included. Charges will be upgraded, and it's got a lot of press. That's a great point. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's go ahead and get back into this TAY trial. So we're going to start and finish up. What is this? We're going to finish up day 2. So let me go ahead and update our title and then we'll get right into it. Again, thank y'all for being in here and shout out to everybody who liked the video. I appreciate y'all. Y'all know I beg for likes all the time because they're free and it takes 2 seconds. Y'all like the video, man. Come on. And actually, I think I missed a super chat too. Let me go back and put some respect on my guy, Les Cleaver. He has been a member for 6 months. He says, good morning to my CEB family. Good morning, Les. It's afternoon now. But thank you so much. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get back into day 2 of this TAY trial. We heard from the real estate agent who saw what went down in the car that TAY was in, along with several other people. She didn't know who was in there. She said they were all brown, which was wild in the first place. So now we're going to move forward and hear from a couple more of these witnesses. Y'all check them out. Here we go.
While this trial is proceeding. All right. And just make sure you remove the...
She said they were brown.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, this is... And state. Thank you. Call your next witness.
The state calls Officer Sandra Lopez.
She said they were brown.
you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear. And if you could state your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. It's Sandra Lopez, Lopez.
Shout out to Sandra. Let's see who this is.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Lopez, actually, back in 2017, what was your full name at that time?
Yes, it was Sandra Chapa.
So subsequently, then you've been married and changed your last name. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, congratulations, Sandra.
Officer Lopez.
Detective.
Detective Lopez.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can you go ahead and just briefly go on? Who do you work for currently?
The San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
Going on 9 years.
And can you please just briefly tell the jury training that you had to go through to become a San Antonio police officer?
Yeah, so to the academy we did academic training, physical fitness training, firearms training, driving courses to obtain our police officer's license.
And then, I guess that's just to become a police officer, but then as you are hired for San Antonio Police Department to be an officer, then you were promoted to detective. Is that correct?
Yes, after 5 years on patrol.
And you have to go through certain certifications and classifications to become a detective?
Yes, there's a test that we have to take.
And how long have you been a detective?
For 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Detective Lopez, I'd like to take you back to April 23rd, 2017. At roughly about 5:19 in the afternoon, were you dispatched to a scene?
Yes, I was.
And do you remember what you were dispatched for?
It was a shooting in progress.
And do you remember if you were dispatched, what the location? What was the location?
Yes, it was Northeast Loop 410 and McCullough Avenue.
She said
Was it
Chapo.
in particular to a certain location, as in a restaurant or a bar?
It was just the intersection.
An intersection?
Yes.
And did you make the scene that day?
Yes, I did.
And when you made the scene, what did you observe?
So at that time when I got to the scene, we were told that it was actually in a Chick-fil-A parking lot. So when I pulled up, I observed a male on the ground, and there were several citizens standing around him.
And the male that was on the ground, did you notice anything about the male on the ground?
He appeared unresponsive.
And did you notice anything else? Was he, you said, non-responsive? And what do you mean by that? Can you explain to the jury?
Yes, he was not moving. He was not having any sort of movements or breathing, it appeared.
So during your time at the scene, at least initially, and throughout the scene that you were there, did this person that was on the ground, did he ever get up?
No.
Did he ever talk to anyone?
No.
That you're aware of?
No.
And subsequently, did you stay at the scene until he was removed from the scene?
No, I did not.
And let me ask you, why did you exit the scene before it was, I guess, closed or finished?
Yes, I had transported a witness to Public Safety Headquarters for a statement.
Okay, thank you. Now, while you're at the scene, can you please explain to the jury, as an officer, patrol officer, what are your duties at any scene at that point?
Yeah, so my duties are to secure the scene, try and get as much suspect information from witnesses as possible, so that way I can broadcast that information to the officers that are on their way to the scene, and just to separate witnesses, and just secure the scene.
Now, and on this particular day, as you stated earlier, there were several individuals around this person that was non-responsive on the ground.
Yes.
And did you, well, if you can remember, you said numerous, so I guess, can you say an exact number or not?
No.
But you had a body cam on that day, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and would your body cam
Let's see the
show
body cam.
Those individuals when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, it would.
And during this time at the scene, did you speak with individuals at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And can you please tell the jury, do you know the names of those individuals?
I do, if I can refresh my memory with my report.
And let me just go ahead and just mark that for me. What is... I'm going to mark this state exhibit number 11, and you brought this in with you. What is it that you have in front of you?
It is my police report.
It's your police report. Is it a copy of your police report?
It is a copy of my police report.
And you obtained this police report from me previous to this day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is it fairly and accurately represent the report that you made for this particular case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And yes, ma'am, if you can go ahead and refresh your memory and tell the jury the individuals that you spoke with at the scene.
I spoke to a Nick Milner.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the record would reflect that the witness is reading from the report. You could ask the witness to just refresh her memory, but not read directly from the report.
All right, so you're
They're
not
getting
allowed
petty.
to read directly from the report. If there is something where you're refreshing your memory,
yes, ma'am,
you can review the report and then just look away from the report and if you're able to answer the question.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
It was a Nick Milner, a Linda Bailey, and a Gabriel Baez.
Okay, thank you. Now, what are the purposes of speaking to them? Did you speak with them all together, or how do you go about that?
Separated as much as possible.
And I mean, what would you consider this scene? Is it I guess, can you explain it? Is it like an active scene, or is it an ongoing scene? How would you describe that to the jury?
At that point when I got there, it was definitely an active scene.
And I guess at that portion, what are y'all doing in this active time at the scene?
Just trying to get as much suspect information as possible. That way, when officers are en route to the scene, if they happen to see a suspect vehicle or suspects fleeing from that location, they could be apprehended at that time. And they're just separating witnesses. That way, they're not influencing each other.
Okay, and that last thing that you said separating witnesses so they don't influence, as you say, I'm sorry, I want to make sure, influence each other, is that what you said?
Right.
And can you explain to the jury what do you mean by that?
Yeah, just so that way, in case one witness didn't know a certain detail, they wouldn't get that from another witness that they didn't see.
And so, when you have an active scene, you're trying to separate these individuals, and I think you stated earlier, as best as you can.
You said that's the stairmaster.
Yes.
Is that what you did at this scene?
Yes, I did.
Now, were there other officers that arrived at the scene also?
After I did, yes.
And so you were one of the first, I guess, officers to arrive?
Yes.
And when you were at the scene, and after you spoke with these individuals, did you end up collecting anything at the scene?
Yes, I did.
What did you collect at the scene?
A cell phone.
Where did you get that cell phone from?
From Gabriel Baez.
And that's one of the individuals that you spoke to at the scene that you considered a witness?
Yes.
And did he hand it to you, or how did he get it to you?
Yeah, it was wrapped in a white hand towel, and he had handed it to me.
And obviously you can't speak of what exactly he told you, but is this something, a piece of evidence that you felt that was important to collect at the scene?
Yes.
And subsequently, you received this from Gabriel Baez. What did you do with that towel and that phone?
Yes, so I held onto it until one of our crime scene unit detectives or investigators came to the scene, and then I passed that on to her.
Okay, and do you remember you passed it off to a particular individual?
Yes.
And who was that particular individual you passed it off to?
CSI Kimberly Wong.
And then you stated
Kimberly was
that
Wong.
you ended up, did you do anything else at the scene at that point?
Besides interviewing the witnesses, collecting the cell phone, no, not that I could remember.
And then you stated that you actually, earlier testimony, you stated that you transported somebody down to headquarters?
Yes.
Do you recall that person's name or no?
Linda Bailey, I believe.
What's that?
Linda Bailey?
Okay. And after that, did you have any participation in the investigation of this case or any other things that you participated in?
No, I did not.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 10. It's in an envelope, but if we take that out of the envelope, Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
My body-worn camera footage.
And how do you recognize it that that is your body-worn footage?
It has my initials on the...
So did you have an opportunity to review the video that is on this CD?
Yes, I did.
And is it the video from April 23rd, 2017, roughly at 5:17 in the afternoon at the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
Yes, it is.
And it fairly and accurately represents that?
Yes, it does.
And has there been any altercations to it?
No.
Well, one thing that has been altered is body cams have audio.
Yes, they do.
But due to some restrictions, we muted this body cam. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so this is a muted version of your body cam.
Yes, it is.
So it just has video.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
What are the restrictions?
Your Honor, at this time, the state offers State Exhibit number 10. Any evidence?
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 10 is admitted.
So we might get to see some body cam footage today.
Can we publish this to the jury?
Yes.
And Judge, just to allow for expediency, we've made a copy of the exact same video from this CD and put it on our hard drive of our computer. We're asking the court to allow us to go ahead and play it from the hard drive just to expedite the process here. Well, the defense doesn't object.
No, as long as it's the same as the CD, I have no objection.
All right, yes, you may proceed.
There are more doctored videos from the district attorney.
I'm going to go ahead and fast forward this to 0253 on the VLC. And I'm going to go ahead and pause it at that point at 3007. Now, is this when you first arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And this is the numerous people you mentioned, is that correct?
Yes.
And I see well, can you count how many people are there?
Looks like 9.
And so it's many different people there, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to pause it right there at 3.28. Now, at that point, it looks like you're speaking to numerous people there, and they're sort of circled around the person that's on the ground that we just saw on your body cam. What do you remember what you were asking?
Suspect information. If they had a description of suspects, vehicle information, those sort of questions.
And now, this is the initial contact with them. You stated earlier that you try to separate witnesses.
Yes.
And so why, at this point, are you just talking to them all together?
Yes. At this point, I'm the only officer on scene, so I'm kind of keeping everybody at eye level, or I can see everybody, and just trying to see if I can get any good suspect descriptions information.
right there. There we go. There we go. Your arm moved, just for the record, that I was laughing at the fact that there was an arm in the way of the body cam. I paused it at 4.17 on the VLC. This individual that the camera is paused on, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, I do.
And what is that individual's name?
Gabriel Baez.
And one, how do you recognize that individual?
Because he's holding the cell phone wrapped in the white towel.
And so, in his left hand, for the record, in his left hand on the paused video, he has a towel, and you're saying that it's wrapped around a cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what you testified earlier to, you collecting a cell phone and a white towel from Gabriel Baez. Is this the Gabriel Baez and the cell phone and the towel that you collected?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, we're going to take a break for a second because we have some breaking news. We've got some breaking news. We've got a response from Brian Steele. So we're going to come back to this in a second. I want to cover this because this is crazy. That man, Brian Steele, don't play. Can we give it up to the man, Brian Steele? This is why Brian Steele was nominated and won the Lawyer of the Year in 2024. Sheesh. This guy does not play around. All right, we're going to go ahead and get into it. Shout out to my guy Thugger Daily for breaking this news over on X. If y'all don't follow Thugger Daily on X, there's always something going on when it comes to YSL. Make sure you do that. Thugger Daily has the full document here, and we're going to review Brian Steele's response to this BS motion that was filed by Fani Willis and the crew. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. Thugger Daily says Brian Steele, Young Thug's lawyer, responds to state's motion to revoke probation. He says the actions of random unknown people cannot be attributed to Young Thug. What does Brian Steele say? Here we go. The state of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. We have Mr. Williams' response to the state's motion to revoke probation. Here we go. Come now. Jeffrey Williams, by and through undersigned counsel, and hereby files response to the state's motion to revoke probation in the above referenced case. In support of this response, Mr. Williams shows as follows. On or about April 2nd at 7:48 p.m., the state filed a motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probation. The prosecution must place in writing pursuant to due process of the United States Constitution as well as the Georgia Constitution. The specific act or acts that Mr. Williams supposedly committed to violate his probation sentence. As shown below, the prosecution's motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probation fails on its face to allege any conduct by Mr. Williams that would rise to a violation of the probationary sentence. Taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution's allegations in the motion to revoke probation, the honorable court could not find as a matter of fact and or law that Mr. Williams violated any term of his sentence. See Miller versus State. Honorable Court of Appeals of Georgia reversed the trial court's determination that Mr. Miller violated his probation since there was no evidence to support these findings. I'm glad I get to use it.
What we have ultimately is that there is no evidence, none.
The state's motion to revoke probation must allege conduct if proven by a preponderance of the evidence shown that Mr. Williams violated a term of his probation in the specific manner charged in the motion to revoke probation. Monton versus the state of Georgia. As discussed below, taken in the light most favorable to the prosecution's assertions, Mr. Williams did not violate any term of probation, and thus the state's motion to revoke probation must be dismissed at this time with prejudice. The material allegations in the state's motion to revoke probation are as follows. At a preliminary hearing in an unrelated case, the magistrate court ordered that no witness be shown on television while testifying, and a known blogger deliberately violated that court's order by posting on social media a photograph of investigator Viverito. This allegation has nothing to do with Mr. Williams. First, even the known blogger did not violate the magistrate court's order. Okay, we were talking about this. The known blogger did not violate the magistrate court's order as asserted in the state's motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probation because there was no image shown of Investigator Viverito while testifying in this unrelated proceeding. I mentioned this in the last video. I wasn't sure what they meant by Viverito wasn't supposed to be shown. So it's like posting any video, any picture of her that's out there on the internet is against the court's order. Come on, y'all. This allegation cannot support the revocation of Mr. Williams' probation. Also, we have Mr. Williams amplified this blogger's act by reposting the image with the caption, "Marissa Viverito is the biggest liar in the DA's office." First, there is no suggestion that Mr. Williams knew of the magistrate court's order not to show Investigator Viverito on television while testifying. Good point. And he also says a person cannot violate an order unless they have knowledge of the order itself. Second, the allegation asserts that Mr. Williams reposted an image and wrote a caption. The allegation does not violate the magistrate court's order or Mr. Williams' conditions of probation. He says, additionally, if a hearing is needed, there will be no competent evidence that Mr. Williams was the person to repost any image or write any caption as alleged in the state's motion to revoke probation. Fair point. He also says, third, there is no violation of Mr. Williams' probation by reposting an image on social media and opining that Investigator Viverito is untruthful. Okay, what else does he say? The prosecution asserts that Young Thug's repost went viral and unknown persons commented on the same, which included supposed threats to Investigator Viverito, her family, as well as a district attorney. Mr. Williams, undersigned counsel, and all moral persons do not condone threatening another without justification. However, these comments on social media by unknown persons cannot be attributed to Mr. Williams in order to support a violation of his probationary sentence. We'll have to see what Judge Whitaker says about that. The state's motion, number 4, to revoke Mr. Williams' probation then lists direct threats in attached exhibits. Again, this allegation did not allege any acts attributed to Mr. Williams to support any violation of the probationary sentence. Number 5, the prosecution specifically alleges that Mr. Williams is conducting a calculated campaign of intimidation, harassment, and misinformation designed to undermine the legal process.
Stop the cap.
Come on. And other baseless assertions, these conclusions do not support a motion to revoke Mr. Williams' probationary sentence. And lastly, 6, the remainder of the state's motion to revoke probation is an argument without any substance to allege an illegal or unlawful act conducted by Mr. Williams. And then he says, last but not least, Mr. Williams is entitled to due process of the law. See Meadows v. Settles. This honorable court may not revoke any part of Young Thug's probation unless Young Thug admits the violation or violations as alleged in the state's April 2nd, 2025 motion to revoke probation, or unless the evidence produced at the revocation hearing establishes as a preponderance of the evidence the violation alleged. And the case at bar, in the light most favorable to the prosecution's motion to revoke probation, Young Thug can admit to all of the allegations alleged and still not have violated any terms of his probationary sentence. Well said by Brian Steele. He's basically saying, hey, even if he did all of these things, and even if it were true, Young Thug didn't violate his probation. So again, this is a waste of time. Very well said. Wow. And y'all were saying the same thing in the chat. Thus, the state's motion to revoke probation is deficient. Therefore, Mr. Williams asks this honorable court to deny the state's motion to revoke probation without a hearing. But if a hearing is needed, Mr. Williams will be prepared. Oh, man. Shout out to YSL Steele, Brian Steele in the building. Wherefore, Mr. Williams respectfully requests this honorable court to order that the motion to revoke probation be denied. And that was just filed today. Shout out to Brian Steele. Shout out to Thugger Daily for keeping us up to date. Had to take a minute and break that news to y'all. What do you think? Now, the only other question we can ask here is, what is Judge Whitaker going to do? Let me know what you think in the comments and in the chat. Is she going to go ahead and have a hearing for this so she can have some words with Young Thug and the DA's office? Or is she going to say, I'm not trying to deal with this. Let's get it over with. Let me know what y'all think. Wow. And y'all are saying you love it, man. Shout out to Brian Steele up in here. He said he got plenty of money to represent Young Thug. Hey, that's true. That's an interesting comment. Steele may be able to get his probation lifted if Fani keeps this up. At this point, it's harassment. That would be interesting if they filed another motion. Brian loves Thug. What else are y'all saying? You said, let's go. Yeah, I'd love to see it. All right, so we'll get back into TAY, but that's still crazy. And shout out to Brian Steele for that as well. That's awesome. He's a great. Thug is lucky to have him.
And it seems at this point, there are several people around the individual that's non-responsive on the ground, walking relatively close to him. And it looked like somebody was knelt down next to the non-responsive individual. At this particular point, since you're the officer, are you worried about, say, evidence being moved, or are you concerned with that?
I think this is a sort of compound question. I don't know exactly what the question
I can rephrase it.
All right, so is your objection compound question?
Yes.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Are you worried about any evidence being moved around at the scene?
Objection leading.
That'll be overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Are you worried about any evidence being moved at this point?
No.
What is your first concern at this point?
The citizen that was kneeling down was applying pressure to the gunshot wound of the victim, so I wanted him to keep applying that pressure.
Dang, she had to administer aid while she was there too.
Now, this portion of the video, I'll pause it at 0546. It seems that at that point, individuals had moved away from the person that is on the ground.
Yes.
Why is that?
At this point, other officers have arrived on scene, and we wanted to make sure to separate all witnesses.
Now, at this point, let me just ask, on the video, what were you doing there?
I was getting crime scene tape from the back of my patrol vehicle to mark off the scene.
So at this particular point, no crime scene tape has been roped off around the actual scene?
No, not yet.
And that's what you're currently doing on the video?
Yes.
Can we see the video, please?
I will fast forward, Your Honor.
Dang, I can't believe they're not showing us the video. That's kind of dirty.
I'm going to go ahead and pause it right there at 10:56. And you're speaking to an individual there. Do you recall who that individual is?
Nick Milner?
And that's one of the individuals that you listed earlier that you spoke with?
Correct.
And it seems, was this individual earlier on in your body cam, was that individual near the body?
Yes.
13-15. And also fast forward to 15.
Why aren't they showing us the video? This is terrible.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and pause it at 15:55. It seems that this is, what are we viewing here right now?
Or getting a witness statement from Nick Milner.
And other officers are at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go ahead and fast forward to 16:58.
Dang, I wish they would let us see the video. That's annoying.
And it seems that it's paused at 18:09. This is the same individual, Gabriel Baez, holding that towel and phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and fast forward to 22:44:20 on the actual item.
Oh, here we go. Here's the video. Oh, come on, let us see the whole thing. They're teasing us.
Can you tell the jury what we're witnessing here?
Yes, so Gabriel Baez had walked me to the area where he had collected the cell phone.
And what we viewed just right now?
Yes, he handed me the phone.
And is that when you took possession of the cell phone?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and pause it there. And Detective Lopez, is this area of this parking lot, is this within the confines of York County, Texas?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We'll pass it over to you, Ron.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Well, thank you. You had talked about the importance of separating witnesses to make sure that they're not contaminating each other's eyewitness memory of the event, right?
Yes.
When you arrived, obviously, everyone was gathered around Mr. Saldivar.
Yes.
And while you did separate people as other officers arrived to help you, we see on your body-worn camera several groups of people sort of waiting to be spoken to, right?
Yes.
I think at one point we saw Ashley, forgive me on her last name.
Wendell.
Take care, Mr. Brown.
Wait, no, what?
Wendell.
Wendell. You recall her being at the scene?
I do not.
Okay. The girl with the black and white striped shirt, do you recall her?
I can't recall now.
Okay, I think we can go back a little bit. The young lady in the shorts and the black and white striped shirt on the left there, do you see her on the video?
Yes, I do.
Did you interview her?
No, I did not.
Another officer would have interviewed her, correct?
Yes.
And she was sort of with her family the whole time that you were interviewing those gentlemen. So their hand showed you on camera, right?
I don't know where she was when I was interviewing other people.
You were focused on those people.
Correct.
Okay. But fair to say, there were still people talking to each other while this was going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that when you received the cell phone and the white towel, you passed that off to Kimberly Wong, right?
Yes.
And I apologize if this asks you to repeat something. Ms. Wong's function within the department is what exactly?
A crime scene investigator.
Okay, and you just better quantify and explain that role for us.
Yeah, so crime scene investigators get dispatched to crime scenes to process the scene, collect evidence, those sort of duties.
Okay, so they're responsible for bagging the evidence, as they say, putting it in some kind of a container where it can't be contaminated or touched.
Yes.
And then documenting that, right?
Correct.
So that there's a chain of custody throughout the process, and we know that actually is something that was authentically collected from the scene of the crime.
Yes.
Okay. Would they be doing fingerprints?
Yes.
Would they be photographing things of significance?
Yes.
And do they make the decision about whether to do that, or do the detectives?
The supervisor, I think.
They should know what to take photos of at the scene, but usually a detective will let CSI know or ask if they've taken photos of something, but something of importance would be photographed.
So sometimes it's very much directed by a detective, and sometimes they're sort of left to use their own judgment, fair to say?
Yeah, depending on what kind of crime scene it is.
Okay, but I mean, among homicide cases, you might see a little bit of both?
Detectives would have a say of what they want.
In a homicide case specifically, the detective has to tell the tech what to bag, what to photograph, what to document.
I believe they let them know what evidence is found or during a search, and then what should be collected and photographed.
Okay, and they're not ever tasked with going around and looking for the evidence themselves?
Usually, no.
Okay. You say usually. In this case, did that happen at all, to your knowledge?
I wasn't the detective on the case, so I don't know.
Okay. You were not involved in the collection of shell casings or in looking for shell casings, right?
No.
Okay. So you took those statements, you took the phone, you went over with the gentleman to see where he had found the phone, and then you drove was it Bailey to the station for a statement?
A witness to the headquarters, yes.
Okay, understood. And you didn't return later?
Correct, I did not.
Okay. What time were you dispatched?
If I could look in my report. About 17:19.
17:19. All right. And so on the clock up there it says T22:24:09Z. I'm guessing that that's not correct based on your notes from dispatch time, correct?
Correct.
Because this is showing when you first arrived.
Correct.
What do you think was the response time from the time it was originally put in dispatch for an officer to arrive to when you make the scene?
That I would not know.
Okay. How would we know if we wanted to know that information?
I guess speak with somebody in dispatch.
Okay. And to be clear, the location that the gentleman leads you to where the phone was found is not something that you could see from the 410 access road, right?
Correct.
It would be out of the Chick-fil-A would block your line of sight of that spot.
Correct.
Okay.
What's he getting at?
Passwords.
Also, they're done with her. They're building this case up from the defense side slowly but surely.
I'll go ahead and just show you state exhibit number 3. And where did, on this map, where did the Mr. Valdez say that he found that phone?
It's going to be back towards the rear.
Right here?
Left of.
Okay. So you're pointing to right at this location here?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the location you pointed out to me just previously?
Yes.
And this is the Chick-fil-A parking, actual Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll pass the witness.
And you can leave that up just real quick.
State exhibit number 3 is on the photograph.
Thank you. Where Mr. Garahan was just pointing his finger, we see on that camera you're walking by what looks like a fence or a dumpster or something like that?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's really hard to see on the map, but there's a large object between the road and where you're standing because of that dumpster or that fence or whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay. So to save us a little bit of time, obviously it's a lengthy video. Can you give us a sense of how large of a crime scene you cordoned off?
It was from the point that I was cordoning off the crime scene. I was just aware that it was where the victim was found, but I think later on in the day in the investigation they widened it.
Okay. Do you know how long it took them to realize they needed to widen it?
No, I do not.
Would you have departed the scene by the time that happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, would you be able, on the map, to kind of use your finger and draw for the jury where you first drew the crime scene lines?
All right, you can step down and use the...
down there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, only this Elmo will do it for us. If you could just with your finger kind of give us a sense of about where you originally cordoned off the crime scene.
Started off over here this side,
And I'm sorry, excuse me, Detective, do you keep your voice up so that the court reporter can hear?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I know I started off on right off of the access road where the parking lot was. I started off here, and I can't recall how far, if I went up this way or, because I know there was other officers that were also using crime scene tape to cordon off the crime scene. But I remember starting off here, and I don't remember if I went up this way, how far off I needed to cordon off the crime scene.
Okay, when you learned about the cell phone being over by that fence, the brown fence, did that prompt you to expand the crime scene?
No, it did not.
Okay, but it was originally outside of the crime scene that you had drawn out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So during the time that you were there, all the other officers that we see arriving as you're beginning the process, they're talking to witnesses, right?
Yes.
Nobody is at that point actively walking around trying to see if they see things on the ground, look for shell casings, things like that.
I didn't see anybody at that time, no.
Did, based upon information that others may have received, you may have received and acted upon, did you send anybody or direct anybody to go look at the access road itself?
I did not.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass it on.
No questions, Your Honor. Excuse my state.
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, the vote has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone or do anything about this case until the proceedings have concluded. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Just make sure that you're available if the defense wishes to recall you.
Yes, ma'am.
You may step down, but leave your microphone.
Interesting.
Does anyone need a break before we proceed to the next witness? All right.
So that was the first witness from an officer that responded to the scene. Didn't seem like there was too much there, but also seems like the defense is trying to say maybe they mishandled the evidence and enough evidence wasn't collected. We're going to get to hear about that later on, I'm sure. Let me know what y'all think about this in the comments in the chat too.
We're going to take a brief recess. I'm going to ask that everyone be back by 3:05. Remember my previous instructions. You're not allowed to do anything in regards to this case. You're not allowed to do any research or investigation on your own. You're not allowed to start talking about this case internally with yourself or with each other. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
All right, thankfully, we get to skip through the recess. So let me see if they have anything else to say here. I think that's it. They're on a break, so we'll skip ahead. And man, shout out to George Boyd. She is constantly working. This lady does not stop. She's taking a break, a quote unquote break, and seeing other cases. Crazy. Here we go. They come back in here. Absolutely amazing, man. We got TAY back in the building. So who is this witness?
All right, if you can raise your right hand, do you solemnly, right, that's okay. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear.
Okay.
If you'll state your name and spell your last name, please.
Ana Delgado, Delgado.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Hi, how you doing, Mr. Delgado?
Hi, doing good.
I think we spoke previously, but one, let me just ask, do you currently live in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes, I do.
And how long have you lived in San Antonio, Texas?
Like over 23 years.
23 years,
Something
okay.
around there.
Well, let me take you back to about 7 or 8 years ago. Where were you working at that time?
Papa Do's.
And what were you doing at Papa Do's?
I was working, I was a prep chef. There.
So what was your attire back then? What would you wear to work?
Chef coat, chef pants, non-slip shoes.
And would that be something similar to like a chef-looking outfit?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you.
He said, was that a chef-looking outfit?
2017.
Come on, man.
Were you at work at Papa Do's restaurant that day?
Yes, I was.
And at roughly 5 o'clock or so in the afternoon, were you still at work, or what were you doing?
I was already off of work, so my husband was picking me up from work.
And this Papa Do's restaurant, where is it located here in San Antonio?
Off of 410.
And is there any intersections close to that?
It's McCullough and Jones Mossburger.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's in between.
And so when your husband, you said your husband was coming to pick you up?
Mm-hmm.
And what kind of car did you drive, or did he drive at that time?
We had a blue Toyota Camry.
And did he pick you up that day in that vehicle?
Correct, yes.
And when y'all left Papa Do's, which way on the highway did y'all go?
We hit the access road towards Jones Mossburger, took the turnaround on the access road to McCullough.
And you remained on the access road at this time?
Correct.
And when you were coming up to the intersection, you mentioned McCullough. Mm-hmm. What did you do there?
We were at a stop because the light was red.
And do you recall what lane you were in?
In the far right.
So far right lane?
Left, sorry. Left. Oh, wait. Yes, far right.
Far.
Towards the, what is it? Wait.
Oh, God, come on, man. He was in the other side, and I was actually going northbound. No, southbound. No. Actually, I was still on the clock. I was just taking a break. What is this lady talking about? Jesus, man. Get your witness together.
Left side, sorry. Okay.
She don't even know her left hand.
Yeah, something like that. It was far. It was towards the hotel that I think it was about Doubletree.
Let me do this. I'm gonna approach.
I haven't been over there in a long time.
That's all right. That's all right. Well, one, I just to let the jury and the court be aware, mm-hmm. Your voice is a little, or you're sort of like the words are a little slurred at times. Yes. What type of procedure?
I had dental work. I had 4 extractions and a bone graft, so I'm barely a week into post-op. So, you know. Yeah.
Okay. So that's why your mouth it maybe little slurred words or something.
Correct.
Like that. Okay, and that's about a week ago.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 3. And if you don't mind, can you point out on there where you were located when you came to the stoplight at that intersection?
Roughly on this side right here.
On this side over here. So you're pointing at that portion closest to the hotel side?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And so if we're looking at that, what side of the street would that be on?
It's going to be on right.
The right side. Mm-hmm. Okay, so just to confirm, you're right about here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you stopped, and that's on the far right side, closest to the hotel.
Closest to the hotel, correct.
All right. And when you stopped at this stoplight, were there any vehicles in front of yours?
Yes, there was.
Do you recall how many were in front of you?
Well, the one vehicle in front of me, just the black 4-door vehicle, that was in front of us.
Mm-hmm. So that's sort of why you're here today. Mm-hmm. And you discussed this case with myself and other prosecutors at times, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever discussed it with defense counsels that you're aware
No.
of? Okay, or any of their investigators?
No.
Okay. Now, when
How can she discuss it if she doesn't remember?
you stop at this light, you mentioned a black four-door car in front of you. Do you recall how far you were from this car when you came up to the
Probably a
stop
few
light?
feet away from it.
Okay. So would that be sort of like the normal distance when you're
Normal
stopping?
distance as you're coming to a stop right behind a vehicle.
And did anything bring your attention to that vehicle in front of you?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury?
The vehicle started like moving side to side as if they were playing inside the vehicle. So that's what caught my attention because it was just swaying. There was movement in the car. That's why I was like more attentive to that. I did see the back passenger side open, the door open. Then they closed it. They opened it again, and they pushed, which is the victim, out of the vehicle. Then they closed the door, so the victim was outside of the vehicle trying to open the door. He started yelling for help. He went around to the other side of the vehicle to try to open the door. They were all locked. So then the light turned green. The gentleman went to the front of the vehicle and jumped on the hood. Then he held on. The light turned green. Of course, the vehicle started moving. That vehicle started going, and it kind of sped up. It started maneuvering side to side to get the gentleman off. Of course, it didn't. He held on. I thought they were going to get on 410, but then they turned into Chick-fil-A.
And let me ask you this. When you saw this
She's not taking
individual
that serious at all.
was I think you said pushed out, I'm sorry, that's not good, pushed out or thrown out of the
Thrown
car?
out, pushed out, yeah.
Do you remember, that was a male or female?
It was a male.
And do you remember if his race, or was he Hispanic? Was he black?
Hispanic.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you, when you saw this individual jump on the hood, you said he held on.
Correct.
How was he holding on?
On the hood, closer to the windshield. So, yeah, basically his face was facing the windshield.
And so, what was he standing up holding on, or do you recall?
No, he was laying flat on the hood.
And so this vehicle takes off and then turns into the Chick-fil-A parking lot.
Correct.
And where were you when this vehicle pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot?
I was passing, the park where they turn into Chick-fil-A. So I was passing as the vehicle was turned into and parked right there in the entrance of Chick-fil-A. Yeah.
And so your vehicle was on the access road.
On the access road.
And what would you classify your speed as? Were you fast or slow?
I was pretty slow. Yeah.
And do you recall if you were with your husband? So do you recall if he was driving or you were driving?
He was driving, and I was on the passenger side.
And
get your story together,
when
sister.
this happens, do you continue down the access road, or what do you do?
As soon as the vehicle, turned into Chick-fil-A, as I was looking, of course, the passenger, the gentleman, the person inside the vehicle opened the door on the passenger side and stepped out, of course, half of body, and just shot the gentleman. The gentleman had stood up on the vehicle already, on the hood. And so he stomped his foot on the windshield, which is the victim, stomped his foot on in the windshield. He shattered it. Then that's when the gentleman from inside the vehicle, he opened it, stepped out, and just shot him. That's when I saw the gentleman, the victim, fall off the hood. And then after that, I don't know what happened because that's when I passed.
This lady is crazy.
And I turned into, where is that? Jason's Deli?
Oh, no.
Entrance? Entrance is that? And I parked in that parking lot.
Okay.
Behind Chick-fil-A.
The cameras.
I'll show you again what's marked State Exhibit number 3.
There we go.
And you stated that you're on the access road. Can you show me on the map where you pulled in and said that you parked?
This one. So I parked back here.
Over here?
Yeah.
Okay, so is that where my finger is right there? Okay. So publishing State Exhibit number 3. And I believe you pointed to right in this area right here?
Correct.
So you came down the access road, pulled in here, and ended up parking in this area?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you're parked in this area,
Get it together, lady.
did you ever see that little that black car again?
Yes, so I had parked already and behind Chick-fil-A. Then I heard it peel off, of course, because I had my windows down. And I saw it turn the corner of Chick-fil-A. And as I saw the vehicle turn that corner, I saw something just fly out of the window. I don't know what it was or what it was at that time.
Uh-oh.
And then it just sped off right in the front of us, and then it just took off from there.
And again, I'm going to go ahead and approach again because it's a little going back and forth. I'll get my steps in today. But can you point out to here where you stated that you saw the vehicle going? There you go. You just don't mark on there, but go ahead and show.
So it sped off, and I saw it turn right here, and then go through here.
Okay.
And then come out that way.
Okay. Making a motion to the jury that you stated that you saw the vehicle from the behind the Chick-fil-A come this way. Is that right?
Correct.
And it goes out this
That
exit?
entrance.
Okay. And you said you saw something fly out of the vehicle?
Correct.
And do you recall where it came from in the vehicle? Do you know it came out the driver's side, passenger side, or do you recall that at all?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, going back to when you're passing by and the vehicle, that black vehicle pulled into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and you see who you identified as the victim standing on the hood, and then the person, the passenger, opens the door and leans out and shoots the victim.
Correct.
Which door opened on that vehicle?
The passenger side.
And it was a 4-door vehicle, so would it be the front door?
The front passenger side.
The front passenger.
Correct.
Now, were you able to, at least identify whether that person was a male or a female?
No.
Were you able to identify whether that person was African American, Hispanic, or white, or any kind
They
of
were
complexion?
brown. Don't say they were brown again.
No, not the, no, not the Hispanic or any, I don't know.
Okay.
I just know they were brown.
For that matter, you gave a statement back then, a written statement, right?
Correct.
And it does not depict that you identified any race or clothing.
Objection, hearsay foundation.
I'll rephrase you on
All
that.
right, with regards to your objection, that will be sustained.
Did you indicate anything in your written statement about the race of the person that was of the shooter?
Objection, hearsay foundation.
No.
No.
Oh.
No, that's fine. When anyone makes an objection, just don't say anything, because I need to make a ruling on it, and then I'll make a ruling. And if you still want to open the answer, I just ask me.
Okay.
All right. So state if you'll
These
ask
people
your
need to
question.
watch this channel so they know how to act in court. They were all brown.
Let me ask you, did you ever indicate whether you knew the race of the individual that stepped out of the vehicle?
No, that's the exact same question.
All right, so what's your objection?
Hearsay foundation. He's trying to offer it as a prior consistent to rebut claim of basic fabrication. There hasn't been a claim.
All right, so that objection will be overruled. You can answer the question.
No race.
Yo, this is the worst victim so far. This lady's like, huh? What? Is it? What's happening?
Just previous testimony, could you determine whether the person was male or
Where
female?
is she? She ready to go, man.
Yes, there was,
Get this lady out of
there
there.
was 2 male in the front, and then the 3 persons in the back were 2 males and 1 female.
And Mike, this is from, let me ask you this, from your vantage point, how were you viewing the vehicle? It was in front of you, is that correct?
In front, correct.
And did you ever see a view of this vehicle from the side or any other view?
No, just behind.
And so even when you passed by at the Chick-fil-A, were you still viewing the vehicle from the back?
Correct, yes.
And how could you determine, say, the sex of these individuals by just viewing it from the back of the vehicle? Because let me retract that question. What could you see from the back? Like, were you looking through the back shield window?
Objection, compound question.
Yeah, that's a terrible question. Goodness.
You can answer the question.
Okay.
She let him have it?
So I was behind the vehicle, so I could just see the windshield, you know, the persons from, you know, shoulder length, and then the head, the face, I mean, not the face, but the head and the hair. So I determined it as in haircuts, hair, the body sculpture of the shoulders.
Okay. And
what is this lady talking about?
did you, I'm sorry, I have 1 second on. After you stopped the vehicle and then you saw the black four-door vehicle exit, what did you do after that?
What happened?
I called 911.
And you made a 911 call that day, and are you stating right after you saw the vehicle pass by?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And Judge, at this time, the state would like to publish State Exhibit number 9 that has been previously admitted.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Police and EMS.
What is the location?
A guy just got shot right now.
What's the location? Where's the location?
It's on 410 and San Pedro, right over here.
410 and San Pedro?
Yeah, at the Chick-fil-A.
Is it the one where the music store is at?
There's a TGI Friday.
Is it a Sam Ash music store or something around there or what?
I don't see it. Oh, yes, it is. Yes.
At the Chick-fil-A,
I
right?
guess she's
At the
always
Chick-fil-A,
like this.
yes. It was a black four-door Fani little car. I didn't get the license plate, but they left them right here. It started. Yeah. There's people here with them, but we need EMS.
Okay, stay on the line, right? I just think it's an information. I'm trying to find a location.
I need you to park, Abby.
Park the car, Abby.
Where are they at right now?
Those four. It was like 5 people in that car. It was there was some girl and there were some guys in there. They started at the light as I was coming out of work, and they were just arguing.
Did they shoot at a vehicle or what?
No, the guy got off from the vehicle, so they pushed him off at the light. And then he got on top of the vehicle and he started yelling for help. So I was like, man, and because I was driving, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't get my phone.
Okay, so the suspects were inside the car when they shot him?
Yes, and he got on top of the
What kind of
hood.
vehicle is it?
It was a, oh my God. I didn't even pay attention to the vehicle because everything just
Was it a
happened
black
so
car,
fast.
truck, SUV?
It was a black car, 4-door. And there's probably right now 4 people right now in that vehicle. And
There was 4 people inside the vehicle?
he was, oh my God, they shot him in the face. He's dead. I'm sorry.
Where is he laying right now?
He's on the floor. Yes.
At the Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
How long ago was it when they shot him?
I'm sorry?
How long ago was it when they shot him?
I say probably like 3 minutes ago. And they stuffed some stuff in his mouth. Yeah, they stuffed the weed in his mouth. And he kept on screaming for help, and he got on top of the car, the hood of the car. There's still a pulse on him. Somebody's checking the pulse. There's still a pulse.
Which way did the vehicle go?
It went off on 410 on Blanco.
Which one? Eastbound, westbound?
Westbound.
Did you see what kind of weapon they used?
No, sir. I didn't think nothing of it, so I kept on going slow and straight. But they turned into Chick-fil-A and they just shot him, and I saw the gunshot. Like that's when I just turned into the other street, and I stopped because I didn't want them to see me.
So y'all were at the entrance of the Chick-fil-A?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right in the entrance.
Do you have any other information on the suspect?
Black Kia. A black Kia.
Nothing, black Kia?
Yeah.
Are you by the person that got shot?
Right now, yes. Some other persons are here, and they're also witnesses to the vehicle as well.
Wow.
What is your last name?
My last name is Delgado, Ana Delgado, and I just got out from working for Papados.
The phone number I have to call back is 210-602-8332?
Yes, yes. Oh my God, hurry.
I got the call out for an officer to go out there. I'm just updating the call as we go, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell me if the people in the car were black, Hispanic, white? Were you able to see or no?
I'm thinking they were Hispanic. I believe they were Hispanic. But it looks like they were really beating him up, honestly. He has bumps on his head.
So did you hear a gunshot or what?
Yes.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Just one.
Okay.
One.
Let me know when the officers get there.
Just one. They're right here. Officers here.
Okay.
Officers.
Go ahead and talk to them, all right?
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I'll show you what's been marked today, exhibit number 12. And you recognized what that is, a still photo?
Yes.
And what do you
Yes.
believe is shown in that photo?
That's where the incident happened. And that's my vehicle behind there.
And that would be your vehicle on the access road?
Correct. And that confirms on what had happened.
And previously, you had witnessed a video, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you identified your vehicle in this still photo behind, on the access road, behind a four-door black vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Someone asked in the chat, is he locked up while this trial is taking place? Yes, he's currently serving 55 years for another murder. So, icing on the cake, I guess. I don't know.
Let me ask you.
The jury disregard the question.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you should disregard that last question.
Let me ask you this. Does this fairly and accurately represent April 23rd, 2017, roughly 5 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes. Thank you.
Senator Defense, we're asking you to enter into evidence, Your Honors. Senator Defense, for any objections?
Your Honor, I take witness on the brief voir dire.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Hi, doing good.
You were shown State's Exhibit 12 seconds ago, a photograph, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that that's a still capture from a lengthier video, correct?
Correct.
The video shows lots of cars over the course of it, right? Is there any particular thing about this that makes your car stand out to us? I mean, is it difficult to actually see? Matt?
On the still, on that picture, it is hard to see.
What's up, Sharice?
But on the actual video, you can kind of see, and it confirms on what I saw, what was happening on that day.
So fair to say this really doesn't very accurately depict what you saw on another image at a different time, right? It's just an approximation of it.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't be able to just spot, oh, that's my car based on this photograph, would you?
Not on this photograph.
We would just object it doesn't fairly accurately depict.
No response.
Your Honor, she's testified that this is a still photo from a video that she witnessed in entirety. At this time, we're not entering that video. We're asking to enter this portion for the trier of fact to be able to view this vehicle that she's identified as hers.
Okay, I see State's Exhibit number 12, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just
Sorry, Judge, I stood up. I'll sit down.
Also for the record, Your Honor, what I would further say about my objection is it's a fisheye camera photograph, and that's, I think, why it doesn't fairly accurately depict.
All right, State's Exhibit number 12 is admitted.
Thank you. May I publish it?
Yes.
showing the jury on the overhead the photo that you just described, and you're stating that this is your vehicle on the access road?
Correct.
And is this that four-door black vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And is this there's an individual on the, is there somebody on that hood?
I'm going to object.
Well, what is your objection?
Well,
What's the
the predicate
objection?
was laid that this is a photograph of her vehicle, and now he's asking whether someone's climbing on the hood, implying that it's the vehicle
Okay,
in
so
question.
what is your legal objection, counsel?
That either she has no personal knowledge, or it isn't what the state purported it to be when they offered the exhibit. I don't know which.
All right, so, state may lay your foundation into both parties. If you're gonna use the elbow and you want a witness to point to something, I'm gonna ask, because it'll be easier for the jurors, it's easier for the parties, if the person will step down. And whenever you have to step down into the well of the court, just remember to keep your voice up so that the jurors can hear as well.
Okay.
Now, with regards to your question, if you'll step down, please. They have something on the elbow, and then ask your question, make your objection, and the court will make a ruling.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, whose vehicle is that right there?
That would be mine.
And whose vehicle is this right here?
That would be the gentleman, the black car.
Black car. And what do you view on that black car?
The passenger side of the front door is open. And there's the victim.
Okay. And where is the victim located at?
On the hood.
Okay. Thank you. You can take a seat, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, may I briefly void our witness again before I make my
So
objection?
Your Honor,
unhelpful.
you can cross-examine the witness if the state is passing the witness.
Passing the witness, Your Honor.
All right, the witness has been passed.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good.
You said that that photograph that you were shown was taken from a lengthier video, correct?
Correct.
That the prosecutor showed you?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When did that occur?
During one of the interviews that I had.
Okay, and a moment ago, when the prosecutor showed you that photograph, he didn't ask you whether or not it depicted any other cars that you recognized. He only asked you whether it depicted your car, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't ask you, I'm sorry, ma'am, the reporter can't write down.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so he didn't ask you any questions about the car that's sort of in the top center of the frame until after the exhibit was admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that you have greater context, and the reasons why Exhibit 12 stands out to you is because you watched that whole video.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, under optional completeness, we would ask that the
Optional
entirety of this surveillance
completeness.
footage be admitted contemporaneously with this, so that it isn't so misleading, number one. If the court...
What did he say that term was? I had never heard that before. Hold on. I need to rehear that.
During one of the interviews that I had.
Okay, and a moment ago, when the prosecutor showed you that photograph, he didn't ask you whether or not it depicted any other cars that you recognized. He only asked you whether it depicted your car, correct?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't ask you, I'm sorry, ma'am, the reporter can't write down.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so he didn't ask you any questions about the car that's sort of in the top center of the frame until after the exhibit was admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say that you have greater context, and the reasons why Exhibit 12 stands out to you is because you watched that whole video.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, under optional completeness, we would ask that the entirety of this surveillance footage be admitted contemporaneously with this, so that it isn't so misleading, number one. If the court...
He said optional completeness.
You would like the entirety of the video admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so they say...
All right, so optional completeness. What is it? It is a rule in evidence law that allows a party in a trial to introduce additional parts of a statement, recording, or document when the opposing party has introduced only part of it. The idea is to prevent misleading the jury by representing something out of context. So we learning, guys. We're learning over here. Optional completeness is the term. That's what it means. We could have used our context clues, but hey, it's more fun to find the definition. Here we go. You can't cherry pick evidence.
If we could just add it
Interesting.
I don't know if y'all want to mark that as a defense exhibit.
Yes, please.
All right. What number would that be for the defense? Two.
Defendant's two. I have some. Sorry, Your Honor.
No problem.
Still better things. You can take this. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there's no audio on it.
And can I have parties approach, please? And second.
What do y'all think of this witness so far? I saw a couple of you commenting in there. This lady is interesting, to say the least. Let's get back ahead. Let's see what's going on here.
All right, so the exhibit is marked defense exhibit number 2.
It's marked number 2, Your Honor. I will offer it in a moment. Now, ma'am, fair to say, at this moment in time, you would not have had an opportunity to see the things that are displayed in in States 12, right? Because you're behind that car that's depicted in the photograph, correct?
Yes.
So you can't say whether that's a fair and accurate depiction of what took place on the front of the car as you're driving past it behind the car.
Correct.
Okay. And to that point, we hear on that 911 call that the state played of you, you say something to the effect of they stuffed weed in his mouth. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
But to be fair, you wouldn't have been able to see anything of the sort because you had already passed the car by the point that the man was on the ground, right?
Correct.
And you didn't see anyone stuffing weed in the man's mouth while they were in traffic, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't see anyone get out of the vehicle and run over to the man on the ground and put weed in his mouth, did you?
No, I sure didn't.
Okay, so when you say that on the video, that's not a present sense impression of yours, it's not something you saw with your own eyes, it's just what you assumed based on seeing the baggie of marijuana next to his body.
I saw the marijuana stuffed in his mouth when I went to go see the victim, so the marijuana was already stuffed in his mouth.
That's a good
See
clarification.
a little bag of marijuana next to the victim.
But as to how it got there, you don't have any personal knowledge.
No.
You could have eaten it for all you know.
Maybe.
Okay. You indicated that you started to observe this situation when your vehicle was behind the black car in traffic, correct?
Repeat that again, I'm
When
sorry.
you were in traffic on the access road, you were behind him, that's when you first noticed there was something going on?
Correct.
And you also indicated in your call that you weren't quite sure about the color of the vehicle, but then you heard somebody else say it was black, and that's what you tell the operator. Do you remember that?
No, I recall black vehicle, that it was a black vehicle in front of us. I just didn't know what kind of vehicle it
Whether
was.
it was a Kia or a Ford.
If it was a Kia or what, but I did hear other people around, yes.
You indicated to the 911 operator that you were driving, but you said that your husband was driving.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's not a major point, but do you actually recall which one it was?
My husband was
Could be
driving.
oregano.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, crazy.
So you noticed that all of the individuals in the vehicle were Hispanic, or at least that's what you thought from your vantage point?
At least that's what I believed.
They were brown. Again.
And you gave a statement previous where you indicated you didn't know the race of the person who you believed was shooting the vehicle.
That's crazy.
But you didn't actually see anyone shoot, did you?
I saw the victim getting shot.
You actually saw him fall off the car.
Correct.
As your car is speeding by, you were craning your head around to look.
I wasn't speeding by, I was slowly passing while that was happening.
And you saw him get shot in the face.
Not in the face. I just saw him get shot.
You told the operator that he was shot in the head. Do you recall that?
Well, because he was laying on the ground. I saw the victim laying on the ground. That's why I said what I said.
Okay, so you're basing the idea that he was shot in the head on what you saw after the fact?
After.
Kind of like the marijuana part?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a terrible witness.
You saw him
oh my
hit
goodness.
the windshield of the car, right?
Yes, that I did.
And that happened as your vehicle was passing the vehicle parked at Chick-fil-A, right?
Yes, everything happened so fast. As soon as they, turned into Chick-fil-A, the victim stood up and he stomped his foot on the windshield, shattered it. That's when the gentleman from the passenger side, the front passenger side, steps out. Half of his body, of course, just one foot out, leans over and just shoots him, and I just see him fall. And that's when, after that, I just pass and we enter where the Jason's Deli's at.
And you don't know whether there were other guns in that car or not, right?
No, I
didn't
don't.
see one way or the other. Okay. You indicated that you saw bumps on his head, but again, to be clear, those are things you saw from when you went to go see the body in the parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know how many times the man stopped the windshield, because that's all going on as you're passing the car.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't hear anything that the people were discussing or yelling in traffic, clearly, did you?
No, I just heard the gentleman asking for help, yelling for help. That's it.
You were listening to music, right?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You recall that you gave a statement previously to law enforcement and actually signed an affidavit about the events of that day. Do you remember that?
I was probably listening to music prior to that, and then of course I had rolled down my window because I can hear him yelling.
Yes.
Would you refresh your recollection to look at what you wrote with the police that day? I'm going to show you what I marked for identification as defendants 3. If we take a look here, is that your name, ma'am?
Yes.
And that's your correct date of birth?
Correct.
Does this appear to be accurately the sworn signed statement that you gave to law enforcement
Yes.
in 2017? If I call your attention to these sentences here, if you could just read them to yourself, don't read them out loud. Let me know when you're finished.
Yes.
Okay. So fair to say, you told the police back then that you were listening to music when you noticed the altercation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's locked up. TAY is serving a 55-year sentence right now. I think he gets parole after 28
that the man
years.
that eventually you saw on the hood of the car originally got out of the vehicle, and then he was sort of running around in traffic to different doors of the car, right?
I didn't say running around. I said he was pushed out of the car, which is the back passenger door. He was pushed out. Then they closed the door. They weren't able. He was trying to open the door. He went to the other side to try to open those other doors. And they weren't opening. That's when he jumped on the hood.
Okay, so he was moving around in open traffic while that light was red, trying different ways of getting back into the car.
Yes.
It wasn't like he was pushed out and he started to run away.
No, he got pushed out, but he was trying to get back in.
Okay. And it was after those attempts that he got on the hood of the car, right?
Yes.
And then he stomped the windshield.
At the Chick-fil-A, in front of the Chick-fil-A, yes.
Okay. The Did we approach him?
Yes.
Boy, this is a rough witness, man. I haven't seen a witness.
All eyes on the jury.
Uh-oh, the jury's got to go out. Oh, man. What's going to happen here? This lady does not know what's going on. We can still hear. Oh, the judge had to leave for a minute. I wonder why she left. There's someone, TAY in there. He's drawing or something.
Asked if it fairly and depicted fairly.
Here we go.
And now I'm being told you don't want the entirety of D2. It's a portion of it. Is my rendition incorrect that on D2 you have, well then there's nothing that needs to be cut out of D2. For optional completeness, you would enter the entire thing.
I don't know what happened to the sound.
Full
There we go.
surveillance video of a fishbowl camera. They showed it to the witness and asked if it fairly and accurately depicted her car. Her car is a blue blur in the background of the photograph. The photograph depicts a black car parked in the Chick-fil-A parking lot. I can't tell if there's anyone on the hood, but I guess if you look at it really carefully and you squint and you think about what we're here today to talk about, it's Mr. Salazar on top of the hood of that car. It's a still of that video. The video itself is, what, 5 minutes in length, 6 minutes in length? And I wanted that whole video to be introduced. Through optional completeness, Mr. Garahan hands me a CD, and this isn't Mr. Garahan's fault, but the CD has 3 different videos on it. And only one of them is pertinent to the question of what this witness was asked to authenticate through Stage 12.
Uh-oh.
And so I just want the video.
I just want to correct one thing there, and then I'll hand it back to you. When we were up at the bench, I did indicate to defense that it had the 3 different angles on there. I did tell that to defense. Just that defense exhibit, and whatever each number it is, that it had all the camera angles of Chick-fil-A. So I just didn't want to mislead the court there. I did let them know that.
Well, he did. Up to this point, nothing has been offered. The relief I'm seeking is that the footage that is the subject of the still photograph the state offered is admitted through the rule of optional completeness.
So this is what I want. Somebody explain to me, what am I saying that is incorrect? Defense exhibit number 2. State, was that defense exhibit number 2, was that not the disc you had?
It was, Judge.
And did we label that, or I say we, but did the defense label it as defense exhibit number 2?
They did, Judge.
Did defense say that they wanted, and defense, correct me if I'm wrong, you said you wanted to enter into evidence defense exhibit number 2, that it is disc that was handed to you from the state under the rule of optional completeness. Am I incorrect in that? And then I called you all up to the bench and I said, are y'all sure? Do y'all need to watch this to make sure it is what everybody says it is? Am I incorrect in that?
You're not incorrect.
All right, so I don't know why I have to keep repeating myself with regards to that. And now defense is saying, actually, from the state's exhibit that became the defense exhibit number 2, we don't want the entirety of that video. We only want this portion. Am I wrong in my interpretation?
Yes, that aspect of it, Your Honor, is.
All right, so thank you. So let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Go ahead.
We're not asking for that. We never have.
You all just said that you're asking for only a portion of it. So go ahead and delete, remove whatever or redact whatever you need redacted to show that portion.
We can show counsel and the court real quick. We've got the footage now that obviously is not a still shot, which you can't see anything of. And we'd just like to speak with, if we may confer with counsel, just to see if this is the correct footage. And then we can have the discussion about whether the court wants it or doesn't want it.
It's not whether what I want or not. It's whatever you all are entering into evidence. What I'm saying is that you all have decided, and when I say you all, I mean the state and the defense, you all decided you only want a portion of defense exhibit number 2. Am I correct?
No, Your Honor. The point that we are trying to make here is that the state offered a still photograph from a video. I asked that for optional completeness, the full video be entered. I'm given a CD with 3 videos. I don't know how to divide a CD into 3 pieces and have it still run on a computer. I didn't know what other option was available to me. I now realize I can take.
Are you available to come back tomorrow?
I would have to put in my name.
All right, we'll stay till you're finished with your testimony. Bring the jury in.
Your Honor, if we could just for one moment allow opposing counsel to see the exhibit we prepared so that we can actually effectuate this. I understand for the purpose of the record, the court's upset with me. The court's tone of voice indicates that. That's the
here's the thing. Number 1, I'm not upset with anybody. I don't get upset with counsels. What I can tell you is I don't like people over talking with me. I don't like people who are not listening to my ruling or people who are not accepting my ruling and continue to push their points when I've already made my ruling. So the record can reflect, Cindy, that the court is not upset with the state's attorneys, the court is not upset with the defense attorneys.
And I
Now,
think the
that
record
is
needs
what
to
the
reflect
court-
that.
that
I
is
don't
what the
agree
court
with
is
the court's
saying.
interpretation of that, but that's
She's upset.
just how I see it.
All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come back tomorrow, and the rule has been invoked. What that means is you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone.
She's about to get
You're
him.
not allowed to discuss or say anything about this trial until these proceedings are completed. Do you understand? Yes. All right, thank you. And if you'll leave your mic behind, please.
Judge Kidd, I didn't know what time you told the witness.
We will be back tomorrow at 1:30. Yes, all right, thank you.
She might not have been upset, but she's definitely irritated. Yeah.
See you all back at 1:30, whatever y'all need to do with the video. You have until 1:30 tomorrow to have that done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Boyd said, "Get out of my face." Shout out to Judge Boyd. She does not play around. Wow. Unfortunate we got to see this witness back today because this lady was a mess. But hopefully we'll at least get to see the video. Y'all let me know what you think about this in the comments and in the chat. The proceedings are going to start here in about an hour, but we have some other things we could cover. I want to see what y'all are saying about this in the chat. Let's see. One thing about the judge is she is not going to allow them to make anything about her. She said, "I don't get upset with counsel. I just do my job." He's not under any protection. He got into a fight in jail and got cut. Yeah, he's been in Bexar County since 2017. I had to Google that because I wasn't too sure. Yeah. I'm surprised they charged him as an adult and didn't just give him juvenile life and or 20 years after he turned 18. Let's see. Yes, someone was asking about him being locked up for murder. Yes, he is currently serving a 55-year sentence. He's got to do 28 right now. Ugh, crazy. I was wondering when we were going to have some shenanigans. Judge Boyd does not play. She's actually live right now. I want to, even though we just got through day 2, I kind of want to see what Judge Boyd has going on. Oh, she's not live anymore, so she cut off her feed. This might be a good transition. Let me see. Let me see if she has anything interesting today.
So she needs me to.
Hello. Hi, I did not want you sent back without being brought into court. So this
Let's see if we can find one.
We reached out to him
Give me a
yesterday, the
second.
numbers that we have.
Yeah, 50, he's got to serve 28 at least. Or 28 before he can get probation. And shout out to Nikki. All right, let me see.
State Flores is going to be recalled for April 7th,
All right, y'all give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
and he currently has a warrant for this case. Apollodor Rodriguez?
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Judge, we've made multiple bondsmen as well. The number we got from that one said it was disconnected.
Just 1 second. Court is calling 2025 CR 001769. State versus Apollodor Rodriguez. Can I have parties announced?
Andrew Harris Edelman for the state.
Attorney Bill Simmons for defense.
All right, this hearing was called at 9 a.m. The court announced the defendant's name. The defendant did not respond.
Defense, have you had any contact?
We have not had contact with him, Judge. Since this morning, we reached out to him yesterday. The numbers that we have on file, we've attempted to call. This case is from 2023. So, like I said, listed him as homeless / unhoused. And we've been trying to get in touch with him. We also spoke to his bonds company. The number they said that they had was disconnected.
All right, and Deputy Laura, did you make an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, I did. He is not out there.
All right, State.
Forfeit bond, issue warrant.
All right, what the court will do, normally the court would issue a bond forfeiture, but in this case, the court will issue a judge's warrant, remand him without bond. And the reason the court is doing that, because sometimes Odyssey people don't receive notice for their first setting. So I'll issue a judge's warrant and remand your client without bond. If your client makes an appearance, the court will reconsider.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't know what to call the judge. They have tendered an offer.
All right, thank you. Dinah Belmaris. Elon Gonzalez. Rico Silva. I know, just have a seat. I know that attorney is still working on that. And whenever you all are ready on Sydney Peterson, let the court know. Jason Guerra. And for attorneys who are waiting, those are the only files that the court has before it. So if I haven't called your name, it's because I don't have your file. Court is calling 2023 CR 9821A, State versus Jason Guerra. Can I have parties announced?
Megan Galloway for the state.
Danielle Cranbrook for the defense.
And are you Jason Guerra?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Did you review the document entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Are you the same Jason Jesus Guerra who was placed on deferred adjudication in 2023 CR 9821A for the offense of theft of property 2,500 to 30,000 on December 14, 2023 for a period of 4 years? Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
State?
Violation of condition number 4 in Bear County, Texas. The defendant, Jason Jesus Guerra, did then and there fail to report to the supervision officer as directed for the months of October and November 2024 in violation of condition number 4.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True, Your Honor.
We waive the damages.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 4, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty, sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find violation of condition number 4 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
So the state's recommendation is that we court deny the motion and alter and amend the defendant's conditions to include a 30-day jail sanction in the Bear County Jail, a new top evaluation to be assessed in custody, and then we would also join in probation's recommendation to add the conditions for job readiness, oral recognition therapy, and weekly reporting for 90 days upon release from the Bear County.
All right, state, you may be excused. All right, what have you done on probation? You want to raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Jason Jesus Guerra.
All right, what have you done on probation?
I've done lifetime recovery. I've done inpatient, outpatient. I've gave negative UAs when I did comply to the drug testing. I failed to report, Your Honor, because my probation officer had threatened me saying that she was going to MTR me if I did not have my theft assessment. Right? So,
All right, so here's the thing. I don't do that with me in this court, and let me just tell you why. Because in this court, I always tell people when you're on probation, if there's an issue, bring it up with your probation officer. If you feel as though they're not addressing it, you can always come to court.
Yes.
So you could have came to the court and said, "Hey, this is what's going on in my world."
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. I just panicked and got scared and just didn't go report because I didn't get violated $50. After she told me she was going to MTR me.
All right, any objection to the court review and the court summary?
No, Your Honor. It will verify that he has successfully completed the lifetime recovery and the outpatient treatment. He did have the classes pending and he hadn't been reporting for the last few months before the MTR.
Okay. me see.
But he did pass all the UAs that he had to them.
All right, Miss Abrams, or sorry, do you have the court summary? For some reason, it didn't come through on my email.
Which one's right?
All right, no problem. Thank you. Oh, no, no problem. All right, I'm gonna give you a choice. These are your choices.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would like, because I note that you've done some things and you successfully completed them. I note you successfully completed lifetime recovery. This is a state jail felony. 2 years have, well, more than 2 years have elapsed for this state jail felony. So I can revoke you and I will revoke you and I would send it to you under 1244 to 250 days. Or I can continue you. I'll follow the recommendation that your attorney has reached with the state for a jail sanction. And that jail sanction, I believe you all agreed to, was 30 days. And so you're gonna have to do that time day for day, and that will start today. So those are your two choices.
I would take the 30-day sanction.
Okay. All right, so this is what the court, and do you need to speak to your attorney about any of this or no?
No, miss, no, miss.
All right, so the court will find violation of condition number 4 true. The court will alter and amend conditions, deny the motion, alter and amend conditions to include a TAP evaluation in custody. There's to be a 30-day jail sanction. And the sanction begins today. And the MRT, I don't think that's needed, so I'm not going to order the MRT, but you need to have employment.
Yes,
And probation, that employment, again, there's to be no employment as a home healthcare provider or with minors. And you're going to need to have employment within 30 days of release from custody. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
And then Ms. Abrams, we're going to do 90 sober support meetings in 90 days. Yes. And counsel, if there's some issues with the recommendations, for example, if they recommend inpatient treatment, you can always come back and we can address that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, is there anything else you need from the court to be
No.
successful?
No.
All right, so I'm going to tell you again. If there's an issue, let your probation officer know. If you feel as though they're not addressing it, you can always come to court. You understand?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. And if you go back to Ms.
I
Abrams,
just realized my mic wasn't on. My bad. All right, here we go. We've got the next one up.
Discussion, I think
proceed on the motion.
we've reached an agreement.
Okay.
Parties have had engaged in discussion. I think we're all on the same page.
All right, court is calling 2019 CR
Here we go.
8714 State versus Timothy Allen Evans Jr. Could I have parties announce?
Joey Contreras for the defense.
All right, and are you Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Did you review the document entitled Motion to Revoke Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it? Are you, yes?
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Oh, why didn't they tell me this beforehand?
I don't know. She
Sorry,
needs to sign it. Sorry, Ash.
But Sean, if you know what, I'm gonna bring my crystal ball that I do not have and read mine.
Oh, sorry.
All right. All right, so Mr. Evans, let me explain something to you. I'm signing the motion to withdraw. I have reviewed the allegations that are in the motion. So don't know if it's true or not because they withdrawn the motion. But let me just tell you, people
What
will
happened?
always say, I can't believe somebody went to prison for smoking marijuana. And they don't realize that the person is on deferred adjudication.
Yes.
So let me just tell you, with what you're charged with, and I know your attorney has probably told you, you're looking at 20 years in prison. I know
Lord.
sometimes people think marijuana, alcohol, sometimes it's legal. What's the big to do? But according to the rules of probation, you're not allowed to do that. You understand? So do better. If there's an issue, speak to your probation. If you feel as though you can't stop doing it on your own while you're on probation, speak to probation. We'll see what we can do. You understand? All right, good luck to you. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
She told him he looked nice. Oh, look at her.
Judge, can we reapproach on Mr. Evans?
Yes.
I believe the state agreed to the withdrawal with some amended conditions.
Okay, Mr. Evans, if you'll come forward, please.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
She said, "You looking good, brother." Let's do better.
Judge, the amended conditions that the probation department is seeking is intensive outpatient treatment, sober support meetings, and weekly UAs.
All right, so with regards to the weekly UAs,
It's got a Gucci
I
belt
will
on.
alter an amendment to include weekly UAs and tests for levels.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, here's the thing. And we're not on the record. Are you able to stop using marijuana?
I have already.
All right, so is there any other thing other than the marijuana that's going on?
No, just marijuana.
All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a choice. You can either do intensive outpatient treatment or you can do sober meetings, 120 and 120 days. But here's the thing with that. If you come back to me with a violation of marijuana, don't come back to me and say, well, I need an intensive outpatient treatment and you didn't give it to me. So you can choose one or I can order both.
It would depend on, I guess, which one makes the most sense.
Sober support meetings would probably work better with your schedule because I'm saying 120 and 120 days. You can do a sober support meeting. There's one available 24/7.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am.
Intensive outpatient treatment, there's a schedule for that. Okay. All right, Ms. Abrams, and it's going to be 120 sober meetings in 120 days. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Does this indictment have enhancements?
Yeah, seems like Judge Boyd is pretty fair from what we've seen. What's up, Cappy? Thanks for stopping by. It seems like she's pretty fair.
Who is here on Beverly Ramos? Good morning. Where's your client?
Yes.
Come forward.
I'm filling in for Tim Roundtree today.
All right. State on this case, were you able to tender an offer and defense, do you have all discovery?
Yes, Your Honor, they tendered an offer to us. As for the discovery, I believe we have everything. I'm not the attorney of record, so I don't know for sure, but from my understanding, Tim Roundtree does have all the discovery.
All right, so I'm going to give you a plea deadline date. Ms. Fergus, can you set this for a plea deadline date, April 24th? All right, your plea deadline date is going to be April 24th. At that time, you need
Just
to
said
let the
Fred
court know
Flintstone.
whether you've reached an agreement with the state. If you all have not reached an agreement, your next court date is going to be a jury trial date. Do you
Oh,
understand?
thank you, Cappy.
All right, and thank you for dressing appropriately for court. All right, once you sign the reset form, you'll be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Nice.
Jose Velasquez Jr.
Not Jose.
Morning again, Your Honor.
Good
¿Por
morning.
qué, Jose?
Hello. All right, so on this case, counsel, have you received all discovery?
I believe he has, Your Honor. On this case, Tim asked me to get a plea setting for either April 21st, 23rd, or 25th.
It's going to be April 24th. That's what the previous case is set for.
I'm not sure that he's available on the 24th, Your Honor.
Well, I just gave you a reset form for the 24th for his previous client.
I think on the other one, I think he's probably gonna try to have someone fill in for him again,
All right, so when is he available?
the 21st, 23rd, or 25th of that week.
All right, Ms. Ferguson. On Beverly Ramos, change that date to April 21st for plea deadline date. And then Velasquez will be April 21st for plea deadline date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Have a good day, Your Honor.
You too.
There you go. Judge Simpson, I don't know who Judge Simpson is. Did y'all mention that one the other day?
Thanks.
Yes.
Judge Simpson, I'll look it up.
We're going to just show those over to defense after we get assigned and have a fair to make a copy for defense and turn it over to you as soon as possible.
All right, thank you.
Then I do need to file a separate discovery motion. I know there's some other discovery that's available from the apartment complex, some videos, and some different things that we do need to request.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset for discovery on Deanna.
Thank you.
Okay, I think May 8th. All right, May 8th.
That's
Thank
right.
you so much for dressing appropriately for court. Once you sign the reset form, you are excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's interesting that she has to say that though.
Javier Salazar. Court is calling 2025 CR 0011456 State versus Javier Salazar. Could I have parties announced for the record for the state?
And prepare statement.
Larry Meadows for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Salazar?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
I have. Yes, we have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Salazar, did you review the application for community supervision with your attorney? Did you
Cedric
understand
Simpson.
it?
Okay, I'll check him out.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
No, Your Honor. Waiving the individual offender against an allegation.
Any objections?
No objection.
Mr. Salazar, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
You're charged with evading arrest, detention, with a vehicle that's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state would call in the right to remain silent. Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes,
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
he does, Judge.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, both, Judge.
Mr. Salazar, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishments be assessed at 10 years in the prison. The state recommends community supervision. This will run concurrent with County Court Cause number 732238. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes.
State?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
She's super
Did you understand
efficient
by
too.
signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, are there any such motions?
No.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 10 years. Did you understand that that's a recommendation from the state and the court does not have to follow that recommendation?
Yes,
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
no contest.
State any evidence.
Stated exhibit 1 and attachments, Judge.
No objection.
All right, state you may be excused. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulations of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments. Court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes,
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
no, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 35.
Why are you doing this foolish? You could have been killed. An officer could have been killed.
What
A
happened?
citizen could have been killed, because that's happened when there's people who don't pull over when the police ask them to pull over.
Yes, ma'am. It was foolish of me to do or commit.
So are you employed?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do?
I have my own company of construction.
All right. Do you have any children?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Come on,
see,
man. What did
and
he
how old
do?
are your children?
13, 15, and 16.
All right, so you have a 16-year-old who maybe is going to start driving. And what I can tell you, 16-year-olds, when they start driving, they really don't have the experience yet. So this chase that you were doing, or this evading with this officer, that could have been your 16-year-old out driving on the road, not knowing what to do and getting hit, maybe being killed because you're out there evading. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 10 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 8 years. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person, regular random UAs, defensive driving course, proof of employment within 30 days, no employment as a home health care provider or with minors, 100 hours of community service restitution. I'm going to order parenting classes. Once that's completed, the community service hours will be deemed satisfied. Field visits 1 time per month for 3 months. Probation, is there anything else? Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, ma'am.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waived your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the
Dang.
record. Here's the thing in this court, when you're placed on probation, if there's an issue, let your probation officer know. If you feel as though they're not addressing your issue, you can always come to the court. And
She
if
got
I
him
am
up out of
here,
there.
I will see what we can do for you. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
And Judge, so you reduced it to 8 years probation?
All right. All right, just remain in the
Thank you.
court
Keep it
probation. We'll go over
together.
conditions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Keep it together, brother. Keep your nose clean. Keep your nose clean.
Who's here on Joseph Grant?
Hi, Your Honor.
You know, I said today had a feel like Monday and it has turned into a Monday. What can you do? All right, where's Mr. Grant? Hello. All right. All right, I know you've been recently appointed.
Correct.
And so do you need a reset for discovery?
I do, Judge, just to let the court know. I know that the charges don't look that serious to the court, but there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. I need to have a meeting with Mr. Garrett, and I've already talked to Megan about what's going on, but
What is going
All right,
on?
well, they're currently in a murder trial. So what I'm going to do is, and I normally don't do this, but this is an attorney who's recently been appointed. I'm going to give you a 45-day reset for discovery.
thank you, Judge.
Ms. Ferguson, I need a 45-day reset for discovery. Thank you, for addressing appropriately for court, but you always do. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Judge.
I wonder why she says
All
that.
right,
She must have
Mr. Porter,
some issues.
does May 19th work for you?
That sounds good, Judge.
All right. We will see you back on May 19th.
Shout out to the sharp dressed folks in court. All right, let's see if we can skip ahead. And we are about probably 10 minutes away from starting day 3.
All right, on this
And
case,
change
was
the
the
headline.
warrant lifted?
We'll see if we can finish up that witness we saw.
Yesterday, but as of yesterday, today she got released.
All right. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't an outstanding warrant. All right, so where are we on discovery?
Okay, well, we've got all the whole discovery. We've actually been made an offer and she's agreed to accept it. The problem is, we don't really have time this morning. I gotta be in another court too. So I was wondering if we could come back maybe next week or something.
All right. I can bring you back tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Yeah, we can do it tomorrow.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, recall this case for tomorrow for disposition. And state, if you'll have the paperwork ready on Roxana Gomez.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Once you sign the reset form, you're excused. And thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Thank you.
And I'm going to double check and see if they started yet. Nope, not yet. Yeah, Judge is she's being super generous today.
Rico Silva, are you ready on Mr. Silva or no?
I'm so confused again.
Okay, I'll let you just approach whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
Melvina Kane. Who's here on Melvina Kane?
Ms. Kane?
What's Miss Kane getting into?
All right, are you all ready to proceed on this motion?
Yes, Judge.
All right, court is calling 2023 CR 6685 State versus Melvina Kane. Can I have parties announced?
Andrew Harris, alien for the state.
Danielle Cranberg for the defense.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, and what are you all asking for with this motion to withdraw?
DDRF and make evaluation.
All right, so let me see here. All right, the state is asking that the motion to be withdrawn. I'm going to withdraw the motion, but they're going to want you to do a MIC
What's the
evaluation
motion?
to see if you are appropriate for DDRF. If not, then to see if you're appropriate for the MIC caseload. It's really designed to make sure that your mental health issues, if there are any, that they're taken care of. All right. All right. Is there anything else you need from the court? All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. And yeah, that's to be done in custody. You're welcome.
Oh, look at that. That's the old guy in there.
Mr. 04. Court is calling 2024 CR 010488 State versus Moses Wamuyu. Could I have parties announced?
Megan Galloway for the state.
Joseph Dateson for Moses Wamuyu.
And are you Mr. Wamuyu?
Yes, yes.
Counsel, have you received all discovery?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you review it with your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Wamuyu, did you review application for community supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, sir.
All right, everyone on this end, if you could move down to that end. Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you
He
understand
did
it?
not dress
Counsel,
appropriately.
do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Counsel. Are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Judge.
No problem. All right, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? Did you understand you're charged with driving while intoxicated, third or more? That's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment
Not a
is anywhere from
DWI.
3 to
Come
10
on,
years
man.
in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, sir.
You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you were giving up those rights. Did you intend to enter into this plea and give up those rights?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Wamuyu, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, Judge.
Anyone promise you anything other than the plea?
No, Judge.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, sir.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
Counsel, did you have a Padilla letter or an attorney consult with him on his immigration status and the impact this plea will have on that status?
Yes, Your Honor. I had requested an immigration attorney be appointed. The court appointed Teresa Coles Davila.
Where's he from?
She interviewed him. She prepared the Padilla letter. Went over the Padilla letter with him. We read it together. I admonished him. I advised him of the immigration consequences. Knowing this, he still wishes to go forward with this plea today.
All right. Do you understand by entering this plea bargain agreement, you can be deported and not allowed re-entry into the United States?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that you could be denied naturalization?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury
It
trial.
does look African, but
Did you review the plea
hard to
bargain
tell.
page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, sir.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 6 years in the prison. There's a $1,000 fine. State recommends community supervision. They're taking in consideration 2024 CR 010467. There's to be restitution of $700 to Anthony Hall Jr., admission interlock for half the term. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, sir.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Your Honor, and
State.
has something to add at the appropriate time.
All right, state, is that the plea?
It is.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Outside the agreement, the state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 4 years, that there be 10 days in the Bear County Jail
Dang.
as a condition. Community service hours, no contact with Anthony Hall Jr., DWI intervention, and VIP. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, sir.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State, any evidence?
State offers phase one and attachment.
sounds like
No
the right
objection.
the
State, you
right
may be
choice.
excused. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand again that you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call, and the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony?
Yes, sir.
Court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. The court has reviewed the same. The court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty, and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Judge. We ask that he follow the agreement. Also, he currently does not have a vehicle. He Ubered here today. He's going to continue to do Uber until he gets the vehicle back. His vehicle is disabled, it's not running. And I admonished him that although we can request a portable alcohol monitor device, that if he does obtain a vehicle, he must contact his probation officer and substitute it. He cannot drive without ignition interlock. Further, he's been in Bear County Jail approximately 7 months. He's asking if he could have credit for the time he served for the 10 days, and if not, if there could be a Bear Gives Back program.
What's time served for 10 days?
To avoid the 10-day sanction.
Come on, man.
Also, I'm appointed. He's had a considerable amount of time where he was not working, helping that perhaps he could probate part of his fine.
And are you currently on GPS?
Yes.
All right, this is what the court is going to do. The court is finding you guilty. The court will sentence you to 6 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 4 years. There's $1,000 fine that will be probated. Take in consideration 2024 CR 010467. There's to be no contact and restitution of $700 to Anthony Hall Jr. There's to be ignition interlock for half the term, or there's to be alcohol monitoring device with an affidavit of non-driving for half the term. DWI intervention course, VIP live, DWI education course, regular reporting by Zoom or in person, proof of employment within 30 days, no employment as a home health care provider or with minors, TAP evaluation out of custody, follow all recommendations of TAP. There's going to be 10 days GPS in lieu of 10 days in the Bear County Jail, waive fees. And the court will note for the record that the defendant is currently on GPS. There's to be 100 hours of community service restitution. Do you have any children?
No.
All right. There is to be 90 sober meetings in 90 days. Probation, is there anything else?
No, Judge, can you clarify the GPS? I heard 10 days GPS in lieu of 10 days for county jail.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Bill visits, Judge.
Thank you. Field visits 1 time per month for 6 months. All right, is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful?
No, Judge.
All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, sir.
Because this is a plea bargaining agreement, because it's your plea bargaining agreement and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
I understand.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. I have yet to meet anybody who ever says, my intention is to go out, drink, and kill somebody. But you know what ends up happening? People get intoxicated. They don't think they're intoxicated.
Talk to
And
him,
this could have
Judge.
turned out so much differently. You could have killed someone. You understand? So you're one of those people. If you didn't know before, I'm going to tell you, you're one of those people who cannot drink at all. And while you're on probation, you're not allowed to drink alcohol. Those are the rules. You understand?
Yes, I do.
All right. If you ever need anything, let your
Good
probation
job.
officer know. If you feel as though they're not
Scary,
addressing it, you
man.
can always come back to the court. All right. Thank you.
Scary.
You're welcome. You ready, Mr. Silva?
Yes, thank you.
Rico Silva?
And we share the road with these type of people.
Okay. And then if you can give them back, because I haven't put them in the system. Hopefully you can read my writing. Deputy Lawyer, you don't need to bring anybody else out. All right, on Mr. Silva. So it's the court's understanding that you wanted a different attorney, so a new attorney has been appointed to you. All right, and counsel, I know you've just been appointed.
Yes,
Do you
Judge.
need another discovery date?
Discovery reset, and I don't anticipate this to be 30 days. If there's something sooner prior to 30 days,
All right, if you want, I can set it the week of April 14th.
let me check. I'll be here April 14th.
All right, Ms. Ferguson, if you recall this for April 14th. All right, we'll see you back then. You're
Judge.
welcome.
I did not realize so many judges do this. This is crazy. I appreciate you, Hillia. Thank you. She must be taking her lunch break right now while we wait for TAY to get
Patrick
started.
Washington? Mr. Washington?
Yes.
Because we need to get this case set for trial.
I don't know anything that the two of you discussed.
Hi, Mr. Washington. Mr. Washington, come forward. Hi. Hi.
Wow,
So,
look at this guy. He's
Defense,
old.
do you have all discovery?
As far as I know of it.
What happened?
Time, Judge.
And was an offer tendered?
There was an offer.
All right, Mr. Washington, I can do one or two things. I can set you for trial, or I can bring you back. That way you'll have a time to think about the offer that has been tendered. Do you want a jury trial setting? Or
Yes, ma'am.
all right, so that means that your plea deadline date will have expired. So if you decide to enter into a plea bargaining agreement, the court will not accept plea bargaining agreements without good cause. Otherwise, you have to plea open to the court. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How long?
Is that still apply if they make a different plea offer?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So
His attorney's ready to get out of there.
Ms.
Look at him.
Ferguson, this trial should probably last 3 days, and that includes jury selection.
What happened?
I'm sorry, what?
August 5th.
No. You got a June date, July date? What's good for you, counsel?
I can look at my. Let me look at my.
What the earliest?
All right, do y'all think you'll be ready for jury trial the week of April 21st on this, or no?
I know that, yes.
I believe we'll be ready.
Stop talking,
On
brother.
this case, the defendant wants his jury trial as early as possible. I don't know if you all would be ready the week of April 21st on this. It's the ag assault. Or would you all be ready sometime in May?
Aggravated assault.
May? All right, is it your week, the week of May 19th or no?
He was throwing some sticks at the
All right,
kids
so
in his
what I can
yard.
do, sir,
Get out of my yard.
there are no guarantees because there are other cases that have been set. And so usually we go in order of the oldest case, but the earliest I can put you down, I will put you down for May 20th and we'll see where we are. And that's the earliest I can give you.
He might not make it to May.
All right, so we'll come back for jury trial on your case, May 20th.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Make
thank
an
you.
excuse.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Washington, I'll be in touch with you. Okay, I'll set up with you.
Man, what did Mr. Washington do?
She had called it right. The guy had to see it.
What page is Washington on?
Elon Gonzalez.
Y'all give me 1 second.
Michael Faz. Good morning. All right, where are you all on discovery?
We are good on discovery. He does not want an offer at this time. He would like a jury trial.
All right, states you'll need to tender an offer to him, and I'm going to set this for a plea deadline date.
Washington.
Ms. Ferguson, recall this back on April 10th. Are you available April 10th?
Yes, Your Honor.
April 10th is going to be your plea deadline date, and if an agreement is not reached at that time, I'll give you a jury setting. So state if you'll give him an offer, please. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, he needs to get his offer.
Okay.
Elon Gonzalez. Hello. All right, so is he doing PTD still?
Yes,
How's it going?
it is good. We've gotten a signed contract back from the state. We've both signed that and it's been tendered back to the state, and Mr. Gonzalez is going to report in either today or probably.
All right, so Ms. Ferguson, I need a 30-day reset for PTD. All right, May 8th.
May, it's fine, Judge.
All right, thank you for dressing appropriately for court. All right, once you sign the reset form, you're excused. Diana Belmaris. Diana Belmaris.
Actually, the house to go, and I haven't been able to find her, so I was gonna try to get her bond. I was gonna get her call, we were talking for something, approach Norma, maybe to do that.
All right.
We're here this morning, looks like we're out of time on that.
Oh, no, you can approach and get the bond information. Sydney Peterson, are y'all ready? Okay. Ah, okay, all right. All right. right, Deputy Laura,
Yes, Your Honor.
Magnana is coming back tomorrow.
Okay.
Who is here on Sarah Brown? Good morning. So where is she?
Well, Judge, I don't believe she's here and that's my fault. I was out last week and I was just looking when Sarah notified me to be here this morning. I just saw her letter from, she said sent me on March 25th.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna recall it for tomorrow. She'll need to be here.
Is there any possibility to do it on Monday? I have to be in Honda tomorrow.
Okay. I mean, you can appear by Zoom. The reason why it's being set is because of the violation report. And so I really can't have violations report sitting out there. So if you want to appear by Zoom, you can just make sure she's here so we can address this and make sure we can get her into compliance.
Okay.
All right, thank
Thanks,
you.
Judge.
Norma, Sarah Ashley Brown is coming back tomorrow. Brian Westbrook.
We should be starting TAY here shortly, y'all.
Westbrook.
He is not present in court at the moment, Judge, but I have talked to the state about this. This is what we're approaching the court on. Mr. Edelman,
State requests that this case be recalled tomorrow and that not issued at this time. We believe that there may be sensitive negotiations.
All right, so we will call it for tomorrow.
thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
We have two others as well. I think that's on here this one.
All right. Leon Small?
Your Honor, this is one that we were brought back on, I think from about a week or two ago.
Mhm.
He is in federal custody.
About a week ago.
We had filed a motion on a bond motion on this particular case. However, this morning, he is actually set for his detention hearing in federal court. I think he's actually in it as we speak. Depending on how that goes, I think it's going to dictate what the state may do and what it potentially resolution and what we'll definitely do on that if it's not resolved.
Do you want it recalled?
I would ask probably for a week, Judge. I think that would give us enough time to find out.
All right, Norma, on Small, recall it for April 10th.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And then one last one, Your Honor, that's yet another federal case.
Who is that?
That's Fernando Trujillo.
I don't have that up here.
Okay, sorry.
Federal case.
So just give me a moment. Once that's put up here, I'll take it up. Who's here on Alfred Robago?
Ready, Your Honor, I'll plead.
Court is calling 2025 CR 0023886 State versus Alfred Robago. Robago. Could I have parties announced for the record? State.
Andrew Harris,
Defense.
Nando Ramos for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Robago? Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
We have, Your Honor.
All right, we're gonna have to pause here. Here we go. We are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. We've got day 3. We're starting. We're just gonna watch we'll watch a good bit of this day 3. Y'all check it out. We're gonna get into day 3 of testimony. It looks like we're gonna bring back the lady that was on the trial from yesterday. Hopefully not too much. There was some dispute going back and forth between the defense and the prosecution about which videos they're gonna bring in, how much of each video we're gonna bring in, and now that's where we're at here. Here we go. And of course, we got Judge Boyd back at it. This lady is a hustler, man. She does not take. She is no joke. And this TAY coming in. I want to try and skip ahead a little bit. Gotta wait for the defendant to get in there. What do y'all think about this trial so far? And they don't have any sound yet. Courtroom looks old. Yeah. Dang, I shouldn't have closed out of that other one because it looks like they're taking a minute to get started here. Hold on. And she's talking, but we can't hear yet.
25 CR 002386 State versus Alfred Robago, or Robago. Could I have parties announced for the record? State.
Well, let's go back to it.
Defense.
Ramos for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Robago? Counsel, have you received all discovery? Did you review it with your client?
We have, Your Honor.
Court will find that the state is in
Yeah, me
compliance
too,
with
Nikki.
discovery.
I agree.
Mr. Robago, did you review application for community supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
We do, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented? Mr. Robago, did you review the court admonishments, counsel? Counsel? Did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in all the appropriate places? You're charged with the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 1 to
Drugs.
4 grams. That's a third-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in prison and up to $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you, and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state will call, and the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you were giving up those rights. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He
I'm
does, Your Honor.
sure he
Do you believe
does.
he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Robago, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear
TAY
to get you
is
to
in
enter
the
this plea?
room, y'all.
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you
waiting for everything
anything
to get
other than the
started.
plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea, punishment is to be assessed at 4 years in the prison. The state recommends community supervision. They're taking it in consideration 2024 CR 012753. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
It is, Your Honor.
State, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge.
Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it? Did you sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
None, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, and outside the agreement, the state is recommending 4 years for your community supervision term. Did you understand that's a recommendation from the state and the court does not have to follow that recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, here we go. We got the jury coming in. Oh, hold on. It's the wrong video.
We're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Here we go.
Yes, we're ready.
All right, for the jury.
Who's there? That's TAY right there.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And just for the record, if you could restate your name. Yes, please.
Ana Delgado.
All right, you're
she's
still
back.
under oath, and I believe we were still on cross defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Delgado.
Hi.
Just to briefly recap, yesterday you testified that you were leaving your employment at Papados when you saw this incident take place, right?
Correct.
And that your vehicle was behind this black Kia that you saw.
Correct.
You saw a struggle inside the Kia, right?
Well, I thought that they were just playing around.
You thought they were playing around?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as how I can see it from behind.
Okay, gotcha.
That's good, y'all.
You didn't see any guns brandished at that time while they were in the car?
No.
You eventually saw someone get pushed out of the car, correct?
Correct.
You believed that all the occupants of the vehicle were Hispanic, right?
On my phone call? Yes.
Okay. And you later gave a statement to police where you said that you didn't know the race of the shooter, right?
Correct.
You also indicated you didn't remember what the shooter was wearing, right?
I think he was wearing like a sweater that I recall.
Fair to say your recollection
Like a
back in
hoodie.
2017 was better than it would be today. You recall giving a written statement to the police back then?
Not of what he was wearing, but I do recall a statement that I did.
You recall telling the police you didn't know what he was wearing back then?
Yeah. No, I didn't.
May I approach your honor?
You say yeah, no, huh, what? This lady's crazy.
Still got, I'll show you what I've already marked for identification as defendants 3. You recognize your name and date of birth here, correct?
Correct.
And you recall signing this document back in 2017? And I'm so sorry, Ms. Delgado.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call your attention to page 2 of that statement. And I'd like you to just take a look at this paragraph. Let me know when you've finished reading it.
Okay.
So you'd agree that back then, you told officers that you didn't know what he was wearing?
Yes.
Okay. We hear you on that call say that they put weed in his mouth, but you've acknowledged that you didn't see anyone put marijuana in the man's mouth.
I did not see anyone put marijuana, but when I went to go see the body, there was marijuana in his mouth.
Understood. You also say that you saw the man on the hood of the car kicking the windshield, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what she said. She don't know what she saw.
And when you first saw the black Kia and the people messing around or playing around in the car, you and your husband were listening to music. You recall that?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
No question, John.
Is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused by the state, Your Honor.
Excused by the defense, Your Honor.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to view or anything or talk about this trial while the trial is currently being presented.
Yes.
All right, you may step down, remove the microphone. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls C. Emler.
That was rough.
And Your Honor, defendants 2 is withdrawn.
All right. Defense exhibit number 2, is that the video? Yes. All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear. If you'll state your name and spell your last name.
Catherine Imler, I-M as in Mike, L-E-R.
Our guy?
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Emler,
Oh, that's
back
a
in
lady.
2017,
Dang.
did you have a different name?
I did.
What was that?
Andrews.
Okay. And back in 2017, how were you employed?
I was a crime scene investigator for the city of San Antonio.
Okay. And as a crime scene investigator for the city of San Antonio, what was your title, or what kind of training did you have to undergo to become a crime scene investigator?
Crime scene investigator training requires 400 hours of in-classroom training, along with 5 weeks of rides with a senior crime scene investigator.
And are you trained in evidence collection and preservation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how long were you employed with the city of San Antonio?
Just under 7 years.
Okay. And on April 23rd of 2017, were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the city of San Antonio?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
We're gonna spend some
B
time
shift.
on this witness.
And do you recall what time that was?
That was a 2 p.m. to a 10 p.m. shift.
All right. And on that day, were you dispatched to 27 Northeast Loop 410?
I was.
And was that location located in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of location that was?
It was a Chick-fil-A restaurant.
And do you recall why you were dispatched to the location?
I was dispatched to assist another CSI that was processing a shooting.
What was that CSI's name?
Kimberly Wong.
And just so the jury's aware, can you explain what the abbreviation CSI stands for?
Crime scene investigator.
Okay. And do you recall the SAPD case number associated with this case?
I'd have to see my report.
Okay, and so you wrote a report back then?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Here comes the report. Let's see if it was accurate or not.
All right, now I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 13. Do you recognize this document? Whoa. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 13 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
All right, and is that your name contained on the document?
It is.
And was that your badge number back in 2017?
Yes.
And this is a fair and accurate version of your report?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've reviewed this before today, correct?
Yes.
All right. And would it help refresh your memory if you were able to refer to it during your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just make sure you don't read exactly from it, but if you need to refresh your memory, you can look at it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, if you can take a look at that and just let me know what the SAPD case number that was associated with the case was.
The SAPD case number is SAPD 17089350.
All right, and is there an incident number that was associated, or CFS case number associated with the call?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It is SAPD-2017-0424-102.
All right. And do you recall, or can you describe the scene that you encountered once you arrived at the location?
Yes. When I arrived at the location, I observed a deceased male with a yellow tarp over him. Parking lot was fairly empty. It was contained.
Okay. Do you recall what other crime scene investigators you were working with on that day?
Yes, Kimberly Wong and Matt Flores.
All right. And when you arrived on scene, had a shell casing been located?
No, ma'am.
What did Kimberly do? They keep saying she's wrong.
Ultimately, do you recall who was able to locate the shell casing?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
I identified the shell casing.
And in preparation, you've met with me before this to go over your reports, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've had a chance to review some body-worn camera footage that contains you?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14 and 15. Do you recognize what is contained in State's Exhibits 14 and 15?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the scene on that day?
Yes.
Okay. I'm tendering to defense for inspection. The state offers states 13 and 14 defendants.
No objections. All right, States Exhibit 14 and 15 are admitted without objection.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, now on State's Exhibit number 14, can you see that up there? Sorry. There you go. Can you explain to the jury what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 14?
Yes, you can see the yellow tarp, the end of it on the bottom. There's a patrol officer and then myself.
Okay, and this,
Yes.
what I'm pointing at is you?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we see
And
please?
State's Exhibit number 15.
This one, again, you can see the yellow tarp. In the back, that is Kimberly Wong, and then I'm also in that image.
All right. And so this individual that I'm pointing to right here, who is that?
Kimberly Wong.
Okay, and this individual I'm pointing to, who is that?
That's me.
All right. Do you recall, so ultimately, you're the person that locates the shell casing and points it out to Kimberly Wong and the officers on scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you recall what kind of shell casing it was?
It was a 9mm.
All right. And did you prepare a crime scene sketch in this case?
I did.
All right. Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 16. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And did you participate in the participation of this diagram?
I did.
And were you familiar with the locations and objects contained in the diagram at the time of the preparation?
Yes.
Okay, and is State's Exhibit number 16 a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the crime scene as it appeared at the time of your investigation?
Yes.
Tendering to defense for
Yeah, they're
inspection
brilliant
at
in
this
this
time
trial.
state
They're not showing us anything.
No objection. State's Exhibit number 16 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
So briefly, can you explain to the jury the process for preparing the sketch and obtaining the measurements that are obtained within the sketch?
Yes, ma'am. So after the items of evidence are identified, a sketch is completed noting any structures or any information that may be able to provide detail about the location, in this case a parking lot. Each item is measured from 2 points of reference using a wheel, a measuring wheel, and then you take two measurements, one, in this case, maybe from a curb line to that item of evidence, and then from another curb line to that item of evidence.
Okay. And I'm going to zoom in on State's Exhibit number 16. All right, and we can see reflected within your sketch on State's Exhibit number 16, there is something labeled E1. Do you recall what E1 represents?
E1 represents the shell casing that Kimberly Wong marked with a placard.
Okay. And is Kimberly Wong the person that seized E1?
No, I first identified it and then she put the placard down.
Okay, all right.
I almost regret asking him to show this. What are we looking at?
And at the scene, you earlier stated that there was a deceased victim identified, is that correct?
Yes, there was a deceased victim on scene.
Okay, and as part of your duties as a crime scene investigator, had you previously been trained on collecting gunshot residue samples?
Yes.
Okay, can you explain to the jury if that's something that would have been done in this case?
Yes.
And why is that?
Anytime that there is either evidence or suspicion of a gunshot residue tests are collected from anybody that's possible. Even the deceased victim, sometimes they want it from witnesses, but in this case, the deceased victim.
Okay. And what does the gunshot residue kit contain?
It contains 2 vials, one for your left and one for your right hand. It contains gloves, and it also contains a document that you have to fill out, basically answering questions if you're able to. Sometimes you can't answer the questions.
Okay, and can you just explain to the jury how you go about collecting the sample?
Yes. In general or in this case?
In this case.
Okay, so in this case, the medical examiner arrives on location and basically provides the permission to collect it. You again use 1 vial for their left hand, 1 vial for their right hand. It has like a sticky pad on it, and you essentially tap the back side of the hand, sometimes down the wrist, in between the fingers, on both hands.
Okay, and that's what you did in this case?
That is what I did.
Okay, and so did you follow all the appropriate instructions and procedures?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you collected samples from both hands, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you wearing gloves when you did this?
Yes.
Okay, and after collection, what do you do with the sample?
I secure the sample. It has its own red label, and then you place it into another envelope, tape it, identify it with your badge number and initials, and then turn it into the property room.
Okay, and is this evidence seized under SAPD case number 17089350?
Yes.
Okay, and when you seized that, well, if you want to take a look at your report, was that marked as E1 in your report?
In my report, it was identified as E1.
Okay, and when you seized it, did you make any unique markers on it?
Yes, my initials and my badge number and the date.
That's what I'm saying. They're talking about any time a gun was fired, then they take GSR. None of that happened in ASAP Rocky, as Kara mentioned in the chat, or as Libby mentioned in the chat. Great point. What happened to the GSR then?
All right, now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, and is that physical evidence that was seized under SAPD 17089350?
It was.
Okay, and is State's Exhibit number 17 labeled as E1 in your report?
It is.
Okay, and you've seen this before, State's Exhibit number 17?
Yes.
And when and where did you first see it?
When I collected it, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
scene?
on
Is that
scene,
correct?
yep.
Okay, and does it have any unique identifying markers on there?
Yeah, it does have my initials, my badge, the date. I also indicated a biohazard, and then of course the evidence ID label.
Okay, and is that how you're able to recognize that it's the same thing that you seized back in 2017?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to approach and
She
come
said
look
a
at it?
biohazard. What was that?
Tendering to defense for inspection, but at this time, the state offers State's Exhibit number 17.
Your Honor, can I briefly voir dire the witness?
Yes.
Afternoon, how are you?
Hi.
This is labeled as E1 on your GSR kit.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. That's different than the E1 on the sketch that we see on the overhead?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're both E1 for these
Yes.
purposes. But this is just simply the gunshot residue testing on the hands of the deceased.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no objections.
State's
There you
Exhibit
go.
17 is admitted.
Can I? Yeah.
Did you just have a moment for this?
I see. See. Thank you.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay.
Okay, and just for your record, you've pulled out another envelope that was contained inside of State's Exhibit number 17. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, this envelope is the actual gunshot residue test. It has the contents of the vial. Before you open it, it would have gloves and the document and everything in there as well.
Okay. And just on the front of that, do you have a unique identifying mark on that?
Yes, my first initial, last name, my badge number, and the associated case number.
Thank you.
Just one.
We passed
Only
the
one
witness
shot
here.
was fired.
Can I proceed, John?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to call your attention back to the sketch that's on the overhead.
Yes, sir.
In that overhead, right, I guess directly east of the head of the deceased, you have a notation E1 that's circled. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in this sketch, E1 is the shell casing that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. And E2 would be the baggie of marijuana that you found?
I would have to reference Kimberly Wong's report for her items of evidence.
Let me ask you this real fast. In preparation for your testimony today, have you reviewed any of the reports that weren't authored by you?
I did get a chance to take a look, but I didn't read it in detail.
Okay, and when you say to take a look, are you referring to the property report or a specific report of Ms. Wong?
The crime scene report.
May I approach? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I forget.
No problem.
You don't need me to ask that.
No, you all can approach.
I'm so sorry. Do you have any more of those? I don't know.
All right. I just want to show you for identification defendants 4. Is this a property report that was generated in association with this same case number 170-89350?
Yes.
Is this what you're referring to that you reviewed separately from your own report?
No, sir. It would look like this, the crime scene search report.
I see. But this was authored by you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you reviewed one by Ms. Wong that would look exactly like
Right.
this? Okay. But you did not review the...
No, I didn't see that.
Understood.
So, speaking of the report that you have in front of you that you authored, you don't mention Is there a key here that tells us what E1 and E2 are on your sketch?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that part you're relying upon from your memory?
That part, yes, but also Kimberly Wong's report would indicate the items of evidence.
Understood. Because as you were explaining, you saw the shell casing and the baggie of marijuana, but Kimberly Wong is the evidence technician who actually bagged those pieces of evidence to go back to the station for review, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, did you, in your report, you do not notate that you gave Ms. Wong any kind of a list or an index of the evidence pieces that you identified in this sketch, right?
Correct. Because
Ms. Wong applied her own evidence labels to those pieces of evidence when she processed them, right?
Correct.
So your E1 may or may not be the same as her E1, your E2 may or may not be the same as her E2, fair to say?
Right.
Okay. So, who's Allison Bustamante?
She is another crime scene investigator.
Okay. And was she present at this scene?
No.
But she was involved in this investigation at another scene related to it, right?
I have no knowledge of what was processed outside of this scene, so I'm not sure if she was or not.
Okay, understood. So would it surprise you to know that there have been multiple items of evidence entered in as E1s, E2s, E3s, etc.?
That would not surprise me.
Okay, that happens fairly common?
Yes, that is the standard.
That is the standard?
Yes.
In other words, your story is your story. What you did is in chronological order of your observation, E1, E2, E3, and then somebody else was sent to the scene and they have their own E1, E2, E3.
Correct.
Okay. Eventually, you all put barcodes on pieces of evidence to better identify them.
Correct.
Right? When is the barcoding process done?
We create the barcode back at the, we have a crime scene lab, and that's where you enter the information into the database and it will print a physical label.
And you were not involved in the creation of any of the barcodes for any evidence seized from any scene in this case, right?
Just my own.
Just your own?
Yes.
Okay, so you would have created the E1 barcode?
Yes.
Okay.
So what's his point?
Is there a reason why ultimately that 9mm shell casing would be labeled with a barcode under Kimberly Wong on the final property report?
Kimberly Wong was assigned the evidence collection. So anybody on scene, all CSIs on scene are searching the scene. If we observe irrelevant evidence, then we can identify it. But the CSI in charge, in this case, this was Kimberly Wong's, she was the primary crime scene investigator, and it was her duty that day to collect the evidence.
Okay, but you created the barcode for this evidence?
I created the barcode for the gunshot residue test.
For the gunshot residue test?
Yes.
Okay, which is not E1 on the drawing.
That is correct.
It is E1 on your report, right?
Can you clarify, sir? Are you asking?
You have your report in front of you,
I do.
correct? If you take a look at it, I want to make sure I'm not mistaken.
Uh-oh.
You advise in the report that you collected the gunshot residue test, right?
Yes.
And then
you get into the credibility now.
Also advise I collected E1 as stated above.
Yes.
You recall writing that?
Yes.
Is the E1 as stated above in this report that you authored the gunshot residue test, or is it the 9mm shell casing?
The gunshot residue test.
Okay, so your E1 on your report is the gunshot residue test?
Yes.
The E1 on the sketch is the shell casing?
Yes.
Okay.
That's confusing.
You have no supplemental reports
Not that it matters.
explaining that you called two different things E1 through the course of your role in this investigation?
No.
Okay.
Dang, that's
When
tough.
would you have created the barcode for E1?
When I returned back to the office and I entered the information,
And that barcode was for the gun shop residue testing swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you did not create a barcode for a 9mm shell case?
No.
Okay. Pass the witness.
No further questions.
Is this witness excused?
By the state, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the room has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone while this trial is proceeding. Make sure you're microphone and then you're excused.
Okay, thank you.
Dang, they cooked that witness. I'm not gonna lie. She messed up a little bit. Now, the question I have and I have for y'all is, what does this have to do with TAY shooting allegedly the photographer? They're gonna make a point with this somewhere down the road, I'm sure. But it's interesting to see the consistencies in the reporting here, and maybe that's something they'll rely on to defend their client. We'll have to wait and see. Let me know what y'all think in the comments in the chat. Wow, that is wild, man. Why'd they have to cook her like that? Sounds like self-defense, possibly. People nowadays will shoot you before they fight you. Yeah, you're right. And thank you to all 400 of y'all who are in here still. My goodness. Everyone liked the video as well. We are going to be back tomorrow to finish out the week strong. So we'll review the rest of day 3 tomorrow, and then we'll possibly get into day 4. We'll wait and see. Again, thank y'all for liking the video. If you haven't yet subscribed, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any time that we go live. And make sure that you guys check out the clips we're posting today and going into tomorrow as well. Share the video if you haven't yet. I hope y'all have a great rest of your afternoon. And as always, you know what to do. Keep growing, keep pushing, keep it classy. We go. Peace.